Hello, hello. Mop. Hello. Wow. Is that the sound of the disembodied voice of my friend?
It's true.
Wow, that's amazing. We don't know why. Ow.
Yippee yippee pie.
Yippee yippee. Thank you very much, Liz, for the subscription. Also, I think Crimson Fletcher also subscribed. Thank you. Sorry, you're kind of quiet. Let me turn down the music a little bit more. Punkitt?
You're really crackly on my end. This is very weird.
What?
What the hell's going on?
Why do we have so many? Jesus Christ. Okay. Ender Lord, thank you very much for subscribing as well. So some of you might notice if invisible horse. Yes, so some of you might notice that Punkitt is invisible right now. We don't know why, but her PNG doesn't work, and apparently my microphone also doesn't sound good. Let me see if my input on Discord is correct. No, yes. Yes. No, yes it is, it's fine. So we don't know what's up with all of that. We're having some technical issues.
Yeah. I'm just gonna restart my whole PC. I'll be right back. I'll see if that does anything.
Yeah, let's try that. Do I sound okay to you guys, chat? Also, see you soon, Punkitt. Good luck. Yeah, this is not how we want to start the week off. Sound fine to you guys? Well, that's good at least. Okay. That's, you know, then it is probably on Punkitt's side. But yes, it's a new week. It's a beautiful Tuesday, where we're intending to play Kitten Burst. Names are hard. You sound like kind of a nerd. No, you can't be doing this to me. No. How could you? I don't sound like a nerd. I sound like a very cool person who's not obsessed with fictional things, fictional media. Is fictional media media that is contained within a fictional universe, or media that describes something fictional? Mermaid Dreams, cute name. Thank you very much for following. Welcome.
That's cringe.
But yes, we're hoping to play some more Kitten today, but we'll wait until Mason comes back to talk about that more, of course. Fucking emotional guitar kicking in the moment. You got sad. Oh my god, that's what you get at my channel. It's like timed out music that is timed to the action. You know, synced. That's the word. It's synced. That's what you get here. Highest production value on my channel. Clearly. What else? I drew a character. I drew a character. And I was like, oh, I'll just draw down the character, and then I rendered her completely, and I'm just gonna share her with you guys because we have to kill some time anyway until she's back.
I am back. Hello.
Oh, well, I guess you don't get to see my character now. Everybody say thank you Punkitt, that you don't get to see my awesome character art now.
No, share your awesome character, do it.
No, also you're still not visible, by the way.
I know, I'm looking at the stream. This is fucked up. This
is so fucked up. What? Like, why not?
You sound so scuffed on my end. It's
Do
so
I
weird.
Still? What the hell?
I think it's a Discord compression or something.
What is going on? Okay, I'm gonna try one. No, that shouldn't be it. Anyway, I'm gonna try one thing. Even though I don't think that'll be it. Do I sound any better now?
Yes.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, you sound great.
Oh, okay. I hate voice mod. Voice mod is just really bad, huh? Do I not have it? But I also have voice mod on stream, so that doesn't make sense. Anyway,
that's bizarre. It was sounding like you were talking through like a microphone. from like a toy. Like it was really bad. Here, maybe if I give you my PNG tuber link, maybe that'll work.
Well, it should be the same one, but we can try.
Oh, I did see a flash of the OBS browser
Yes,
window.
yes. I also because I made it so that it deactivates when not visible. Thinking that if I then turn it on or off and on again, it would fix it, but it doesn't. And I just tried another thing; it also did not fix it. I don't know why. It's extra weird because if I go into like the website for it where you get the URLs, I do see you.
This is maybe a weird fix. You said that yours works?
Yeah, mine works.
What if we do the one where it's like the both of us and then you just crop you out?
Yeah, well, like I could do group. I was also thinking like I'll try group, which doesn't actually include me. Which is sad. What if you wanted to include you, you know?
Oh,
Why, are you not part of the group?
Oh, that's because I have included an image in group view.
There's nothing.
There's just nothing there?
There's just nothing there. There's just nothing there, dude. The fuck?
I'm not sure what's going on.
Me neither.
Here, I'll try my OBS. I'll see if that does anything.
Did you Discord react? Friend's not here.
Friend's not here, sad.
Friend's not here, sad. Let's see.
Okay, yeah, it's showing up on my OBS.
I'm Spain's sticky note of Punkitt haunts. If nothing else, I'll draw like a really shitty doodle of you and put that on stream. I'll draw it on stream.
I've joined the ranks of Spagbull, yeah. Yeah.
Everybody leaves me. Spagbull, Punkitt. That's it.
I mean, I assume you tried it, but like just making a new source with me.
Well, I didn't try that specifically, but I did make a new source for a group, so I don't expect that to work. But you know what? Okay.
I don't know, maybe the thing that turns it on and off automatically? I didn't know.
I also... Well, that doesn't do anything.
Awesome!
Oh my god, dude. Why is this happening? This is so cringe.
It is so cringe.
It's so cringe, just to think about it. I'm vibing though, vibing to the music.
Hell yeah.
Well, I guess I have to draw you now.
Oh, somebody is smoking weed outside. Oh my god.
Yo! Go get a contact high, do it.
Just rushing towards the window.
Yeah.
You're
also,
logged in on Reactive?
I don't think that it'll work with anyone else, because if the group PNG also doesn't work, then I don't think anybody else's would. I mean, like you made sure you're logged into it and stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm showing up on here.
Yeah, right.
I'll log
yeah.
out, log back in.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe you should do the same.
I was just about to say.
Because like
Also,
it's working on my OBS.
Damn. Also enjoyed the lurk, Fuzzball Dave. Also, nothing's happening. What a surprise.
This
Gang,
is so fucked up.
Do I have like a filter on? Do I? Do I have a filter on the entire friends thing? Hold on. Where'd I put you people? Where do I put my friends? Where are they? Chad, where'd I put my friends? Oh, there they are.
That's why I'm not showing up.
I forgot where. I'm at the gross. I'm at like the department store, and I forgot where I left my friends.
I'm Yippee queen sized. I'm just running around.
Oh, yay. Alright, well, I have to draw you now. Can you send me a ref?
Yeah, I got you, boss. One more.
Thanks.
That's so bizarre though. Maybe it can
Yeah,
get
it's
fixed
very
at
weird.
some point during the stream, but I don't know why it's working for me, but not for you. That's bizarre.
It's
What the
really
hell?
weird. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna do different. Sure. Specific window. There we go. Where? You left her in the soup aisle. The cream of broccoli has consumed her. No.
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 I gotta look for my. I gotta.
So
search
healthy
my
though.
thing.
Broccoli's good also. Punkitt running through the grocery store. I was going, business. Business. You know that video?
I don't. Sounds
You
really
don't
cool,
know
though.
that video?
I don't.
Where he goes, ooh.
I don't recall it. That's great though. I love that.
That's so good. Oh, chat, if someone in chat has that video, please put it in the community Discord so we can show it to Punkitt. She needs to see it. Oh, so many good images. Thank you. Alright,
No problem.
I will use this one as reference. No, because it's funnier if I get one of the really well drawn, they're all well drawn, but like more like fully shaded and stuff ones, and then like draw a shitty doodle next to it. That'll be funnier. Good. Yes, my canvas.
Your canvas.
I've never drawn a horse. No. This is terrible.
Yes. Yes.
I feel bad.
This is awesome. This is all about.
I'm just like no thoughts, just like, how do you draw this? I don't care. Chet might not get to see the really good character art that I finished today, but at least I get to see this.
I like this using taxpayer hair you're giving me.
That's what you got, right? Wait, there's some little curls, there's little points. There you go. Oh, of course, the stars. Hold on, wait, okay.
You can just throw them wherever you want.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
And then...
Really good.
Thank you. I'm a professional artist.
Yeah. Really good work. Oh, I look like a macaroni noodle. I look like a goddamn pasta noodle. Put me in water, eat it al dente.
I'm crying.
the Lego bridge piece. The drawer.
The drawer. There you go.
Gibby.
Gotta make sure to color it in.
Yeah, of course. You nailed it.
Thank you.
I look like a wiener dog.
You do. You do. I hope your PNG never starts working. Are you glad that this is the first time I've drawn fan art for you?
Yeah, it makes me extremely happy.
Good.
This is Punkitt. Pronounced exactly like that.
It's true. Oh my god.
We built up accent. Awesome. This is really good.
Thank you.
I can't wait for this to represent me for the entire 4 hours.
Yep. Let's go. Oh.
Yippee!
Woo.
Yeah,
Oh wait.
You're gonna get a guest spot on Draft Horses.
Oh please. I'd embarrass myself so good.
That'd be really good.
Oh wait, I forget a thing. I forgot two things. Wait, I'm doing such a bad job. This art isn't as perfect as I thought it was.
Store manganese.
Wait, what did I?
Store
Oh, fuck.
manganese is a really good one. Street macaroni. Yeah, that's this version of Star Magnolia is called Street Macaroni.
It's canon.
It's canon, yeah.
This is a cousin that comes over sometimes, and everybody's like, "Oh, okay." There we go. Now you're perfect.
Hell yeah. You did it.
I did it.
String Macarena.
Oh my god. Okay. Fucking. What do I call Hans?
Oh yeah, you might want to color in the whites of my eyes.
Did I not do that? Ah, I thought I did that. Well. There we go.
Yeah, this is Pumpkin, yeah.
This is Pumpkin!
This is Pumpkin, my very special friend. She's really cool.
She is so awesome. Look at her.
She's my awesome version.
There you are, I guess.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh my god.
Oh, this is so good.
Maybe during the Estro break we can take a crack at it, but this is pretty good.
Everybody was so excited to see that you were finally here, you know?
Awesome. That's so nice.
Yeah. Okay. Gotta save this also.
Well, if I became the what panel of the Weed Branding comic, I would be a far more realistic version of it. I would be a 3D model.
Oh yeah. What if I just make a 3D model, but it's based on this drawing?
I use it every day for everything.
That'd be so good. I make a VR chat version of it.
Awesome.
Shitty as a substitute for absolute masterpiece has to be in the Louvre immediately.
So true. So true.
Note to self, make shitty doodles with my friends like this. It's good. It's funny. All collab streams should be done like this. I'm having fun making like little pixel art heads of all of my friends that come on stream. That's good. But what, maybe it's a waste of time. Maybe I should be doing this instead.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's been almost half an hour. Not that bad, honestly. I think dat we wel zo ongeveer klaar zijn om met het spel te beginnen.
Ja.
Nou, maar Punkitt, misschien moet jij je eerst even voorstellen aan iedereen en zo.
Yeah.
Ja, oké, ja, doe maar dan.
Uh-huh.
Wie ben je? Wat is je naam? Stel je voor. Introduceer jezelf.
Yeah.
No. I was trying so hard. I was like, okay, what kind of words can I use that might clue you into the fact that I'm asking you to introduce yourself to the audience because you haven't done that yet? It's kind of a formality. I assume everybody here knows who you are. You've been here a couple times now, but
I'm Punkitt. I play Kitten Burst with Zoe, who is my cool epic friend. I draw comics. I'm an artist of many passions. I made the Forever Weed Brownie comic. That was me.
And it's awesome. Hold on, I want to do one thing actually. Ow. Wait, no, I can't do that. Never mind. I was like, I want to make a version of the drawing that just sort of like wiggles back and forth for when you're talking, but it doesn't matter because the whole reason why we have this drawing is because we don't have reactors for you. Anyway. Kitten Burst, let's go.
Kitten Burst.
Oh, I should give you a funny little hair clip of your choice. It's so true. Wait, I should do my eggs also. Crazy how that goes. But first, what Sonic character would you like as a little pin in your gorgeous hair?
Let's see here. Still don't have a Blaze.
Don't have Blaze. Sorry.
Give me your pick. Your pick, honestly.
Oh, but it was your pick. Chat said it was your pick.
Yeah, but it's my pick to make it your pick.
Whoa, that's so crazy.
I know.
Let's make a version of the drawing with her feet blend in her mouth. that's pretty good. I like the idea that like it would just be like it would like go into your mouth entirely, so it's just sort of it's not like a little bit in your mouth. It's like so massive that your entire mouth is clasped around it.
It's just the wheat bunt.
It's the wheat bunt. For some reason. Okay, there we go. Okay, my choice. Let's see. I'll go with Ray because Ray never gets picked.
Yay!
Plus, that's just stars in the one star on your forehead.
Yeah.
Which is where that's supposed to go.
The other star.
Yeah. My 3 weed smoking horses, and yes, they smoke weed.
Awesome.
So cool. We don't have Blaze for all of
the stream.
What did you say?
I said I'm gonna apparate halfway through the stream, and I'll just
doppelganger. I'm just gonna disable your reactive, I think.
Yeah.
It's like that's not who you are anymore.
No.
You are just drawing, and every moment is suffering for you. All right, before we get started with the game, it's time to do eggs.
Egg.
And also egg. And also I have to do a sippy. So if you have but one little point, you can already use it to put an egg on stream, and together we can block as much of the stream together as possible. Communism. Here we go.
Yay.
Wow, the first egg of the day comes to us from Vex Fidel. And we've got Kira Cat, Polar Stars, Green Clunk, Rootsatera, Wibless, Bowser Jr., Fuzzball Dave.
He sounds so inquisitive when he does it.
Yeah, he's like, Bowser Jr. My, my favorite is like when he's like, and the winner is Luigi? Huh? What?
Oh, holy fuck.
What the fuck, dude? Crimson Flesher, unless I already said that one, but I don't think so. Esteemed Jester, Muzzle Flash, Enderlord, Mike Loves Rabbit, Deaga, Mermaid Dreams, Lucina of Stardust, AOL, hi Hal, how you doing? Get an AOL, get a shout out please. And finally, Timsplosion. Thank you guys.
Hey, Timsplosion.
Whoa, that's all you know?
Yeah, that's my buddy on draft courses.
Yay! Oh!
Just in general.
Right, nice. Hi! Yeah, cool, thanks for the X. Beep. And we do a sippy. I'm good, hope you're well. I'm glad you're well. Hell, I actually hurt myself a little bit during the workout today. Oops.
Oops.
I'm not quite as recovered from surgery as I thought I was. But I'll be fine.
Someday though, you'll be strong as possible.
I will be so fucking strong, dude.
So fucking strong.
I will be bench pressing houses before you know it.
They'll be a super boss instead of just a regular boss.
That's so fucking true. I'm gonna take this spot as final boss. This game kind of like there we go. Share it to you.
Yippee!
Yay, my friend!
My friend!
My friends! My toys!
My toys!
I can't
This
stop
game is
thinking.
toys.
This game is so toys. I cannot stop thinking about my toys, dude.
The fucking version where it's Germa always kills me.
That's the version with Germa?
Yeah, it's like something about like Trent Reznor singing came out in the same like year that Germa was like 4. It was like lyrics from him, and then it cut to Germa 4 years old. My toys.
That sounds really good. My toys.
I only know toys from the Bluey Weed post though.
Good. Yeah, well, that's the best one. I think we should share our toys.
We should share our toys. I'm sharing my toys with you.
Yeah, you are. What did you say?
I said I'm sharing my toys with you by hounding you about this game for like a month.
Yeah, it worked.
It
worked, and now I'm having so much fun. Chat, this goes to show. Also, I missed an egg, so I put another one on stream. I don't know whose it is. I'm so sorry. But this just goes to show that if you're just really, really persistent and just almost obnoxious about something, you will succeed.
It's so true.
Never give up, no matter what, even if you become a problem. This is a joke, of course, Mason.
I think I've talked
Mason,
about
you've
this
done
before.
nothing wrong.
Yay! I did nothing wrong. But I think I talked about this before on stream, but I want to say it again. So like the children's theater puppet show that I was on, right?
Uh-huh.
It's for like neurodivergent kids, and specifically ones that like have like I forget what it's called, but they need like extra care or something like that. I forget the exact terms. My apologies. but like it was written for the playwright's like nephew, and he was like on the. And you get like ridden around in a boat. You're like helping out like Ollie the river otter and stuff like that.
And I love it.
Ollie the river otter loses his special rock.
Oh,
This is a
yeah.
tragedy. Yes.
You've told me about this before. It's so good.
Ollie loses his special rock, and right before this scene, we have a bit where the Rangers are like, "Okay, you know what? We're frustrated. Let's breathe," and they all breathe together. And then Ollie runs up and he's like, "I lost my special rock!" Ah!
No!
And normally the kids are supposed to be like, "Oh, well, I just got taught that you're supposed to breathe when you do that," and like all the kids are like, "Okay, let's breathe." But this time, the playwright's nephew, he was like, "Ollie, if there's one thing that I've learned, it's that the heroes in the stories have a lot of problems, but they always win in the end. You should never back down, never give up."
Yeah.
And I was just like in the back going like, "Hell yeah, little dude."
Fuck
That's
yeah.
so true.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Like that's awesome. Ollie will never give up or back down.
It's so true. Ollie is the hero of the story. Ollie is the shonen protag.
It's true, yeah. He found his special rock.
Mm-hmm.
So do you recall what happened last time?
Well, first off, there was a chat message I wanted to respond to.
Yes.
Which was Tim Spolgy saying, "Only just collected each of the robot dudes on screen. It's each of us in chat." Holy shit, that's true. I made you. I gave you life.
Yeah.
That's not the lore. I gave you a digital vessel to inhabit.
It's true.
Yes. But
Once
yeah,
again, this is a very fitting game.
It is. It is. This is very much like a kind of narrative that I like. I like digital beings and stuff. I am one.
Also, yeah, the admin title does not go to my account.
Oh, yeah, because you changed it. Wasn't it Punkitt before and you changed it to Punkitt is here? Because I feel like it used to just be Punkitt.
It was Punkitt with 2 Ks because I couldn't get the original one. So that wouldn't have worked either way, unfortunately.
Fair enough. So now it's just Punkitt is here though, right? Invisible horse. Well, not when you do that.
Yeah, to match my Tumblr one better at least. Like at least I get to spell my name right.
That's really funny, because okay, the way that the zoom works is it goes into a different scene, and that scene is a zoom in of a different of like, okay, so what you're looking at right now is basically just like a monitor displaying a different scene. And the zoomed in version is just a different monitor that is zoomed in on a part of that same scene. And the zoomed in scene doesn't have Punkitt's PNG on it.
Extremely
funny. It's really good.
Get rid of her. She's gone.
Mm-hmm.
No more Punkitt.
No more Punkitt?
Yeah,
she's my friend. Oh, I would miss her.
Okay, I'm back. Hi.
Yay! It's my friend Punkitt. I missed you so.
Yay! I'm glad that I was missed.
Yay!
So, do you recall what happened last week?
Well, let me see. Polly was gone.
Last time on.
Okay, hold on.
Last time on Kitten Burst, Polly was missing, and so...
I couldn't think of Happy's name. I was just say Kitten Burst as the name. And so Kitten Burst was sent out.
Kitten bursting all over the place.
That's my favorite part when she said it's Kitten bursting. Okay, anyway. Happy Kitten Burst, that's their name.
Yeah.
The world is bad and dark and hell and oh my god, Punkitt, hi! Yay, hi! Anyway, so Polly was lost. Whoa! Whoa! Hello. Mega Fox Girl, thanks so much for subscribing. Polly was lost. And Happy was sent out to go look for him? Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's him. On like a site that collects a bunch of other sites, and so we went. Fuck, now I keep like associating with different things.
So he had to go. John Freeman got his computer shut down and went on the platform.
You went to Scratch aggregate.
Yeah,
site.
we had to Scratch, which was made by Saber's friend, but left after Saber's friend tried to make it better, and everybody started complaining that it wasn't as grassroots anymore. And we hung out for a little bit. There were some cool ass websites in there. We fought. Who did we fight again? Oh yeah, we fought your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good time.
You fought Deltree, your girlfriend.
Yes, I was gonna get to that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's my
No,
mistake,
no, it's okay. No, I didn't sound quiet as in like, oh, you interrupted me, but like, yes, I love her so much.
You fought Trust Me, and then you fought...
Trust me, that's it.
Yeah. That's what I thought you meant by your friend.
I did mean trust me, I just...
Yeah, you fought Trust Me, the Dolphin King, or the Dolphin Prince.
The Dolphin Prince of Dolphin Kingdom. I don't know why, they seem nice. Anyway, and then we went all the way up to the place where it's set that the cyberspace originated or whatever, and there we met Deltree, who's hot.
It's true.
And
we love Deltree. She's awesome.
And then I blacked out for a while.
Yeah, and then last we saw we had well, you know what? Actually, I don't know why I'm talking over you. This is your recap.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
My apologies.
Thanks. Yeah. Thank you. God, thanks. And she was like, man, I hate everything. And we were like, how about you hate Pendle the most? And she was like, I do. Let's go. And now she's here.
Yay.
Here she is.
There's Deltree.
Deltree, my love of my life. Trying to maneuver. It's been a while. Talk.
Yay.
Yeah. God, her. I love her talk sprites so much. The icons are so good.
Literally so cool. Literally so fucking cool.
So fucking good. The best style of all time.
It's true. It's true.
It is a good day to do what has to be done by me and to help my friend Saber to defeat the Pando. She is very cybergoth Marissa Kirisame from Toho. That's true.
Do you recall the ending sequence that we had right before the stream ended?
Yeah, it was Greg from Pando or whatever his name is. And when I don't remember the names, it's not because I don't care. It's because I'm dumb.
Oh, there's been an entire week between. I don't blame you.
That's true. Wait, okay. I sit. You sit? You can sit if you do exclamation point sit in chat. Thanks so much for following. Deltree exists, Zoe. It is 2000X, and I have no fucking idea what COVID is, but I have it.
I have it.
I have it. I have COVID. It's real. What were we talking about? Ending sequence. So Greg from Pando.
Yeah.
He was like, wah wah wah. My robot was on the Eternal September for a bit, and now I have some intel. Wah wah wah. Let me talk to this cat guy, this cat hacker dude, whatever, who's kind of a jerk, but I need him for reasons. And were they looking for something?
Eclipse is developing something that Hugo needs.
Oh right, yes, that's it. Thank you.
Yes.
I remember now. Thank you. I have to save someone real quick.
Left off.
I believe so. There we go. Oops. Sorry, Deltree. I love talking to you so much. I do it by accident. That's how much I love it.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later, my love. I thought, like, she says it and I respond with TTYLML.
TTYLML.
But I want to go back to her place first because she said there was like a special thing.
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there was bounce to me, which is very important.
Yeah, bounce to me is extremely important. We love bounce.
Extremely. It's vital
You're
to the lore.
one that I adore. I love you, bounce to me.
Give me your fucking credit card number. How do you play this game? Oh, it's
there we
healing.
go.
Whee!
To the Arbor Myth, the coolest named place in the entire game, I think.
Oh, I think it's the coolest named place in anything ever.
Yeah, if somebody was like, "You're going to the Arbor Myth," I'd go, "Oh fuck, I'm going to the Arbor Myth."
I'm going to the fucking Arbor Myth, dude. I assume people like work their entire lives to go there with a name like that.
Yeah. This also has my favorite racetrack. One of my favorite racetracks, like songs in the game. It's really good.
Can't wait. Let's see, where was it? It was like somewhere above what she said.
Yeah, I think it's behind the Arboretum. But you can always talk to
Hi,
Delphi.
babe.
Oh, I thought that was glass. I thought you were gonna run straight into the glass like a fucking bird.
I'm known to do this. Look at her face!
Look at her! I love you, Delphi. You're perfect.
So much! She's the best, she's the cutest, she's the coolest. She's the love of my life.
It's so true!
It's so true. Self-shipping is healthy, actually.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's awesome. I do it with me and the schmooze from MLP. I don't know if you were around for that bit a while ago, but
I think I kind of did. I don't know if I got all of it, but I do remember it. Yes.
I loved him so much that I drew a bunch of fake marriage art between me and like this amorphous blob. It's like a one-off character from one of the MLP episodes. Because every time he was on screen, I'd go, "The schmoo!"
The fucking spam. It was a good character. I get it.
Yeah, I got so excited.
Also, Tim Sloan, thanks so much for your credit card number. I'm going to use your money to fund the wedding between me and Deltry.
Yay!
Thanks so much. And also, thank you for the Yuri alert. Let me know if you want to spar. That's not the place I used for last time, but that's okay. I'll get to it. We don't have to spar right now. Oops.
So-called free thinkers and have to use this sonar.
Right.
The Arbor Myth is genuinely like such a cool, like idea. Like this is like the most innate part of cyberspace, that it's like all of human knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that the developer was like, you know what would be the core of human, like what would be the core of like an entire world built off of like human ideas and thoughts? Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. And it looks like plants.
And it looks like plants.
Am I supposed to be going this way?
I don't think so. I think it's the other way. It just has a really far, like, out of bounds area.
It is like Yggdrasil. Oh, there it is.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Yggdrasil, yeah. Well, I think it's actually like Yggdrasil, if you want to be really specific about it.
I've been pronouncing it very funny, because I know I wasn't pronouncing it right for the longest time.
How are you pronouncing it?
I was pronouncing it Yggdrasil.
That's not that bad.
I would intentionally read it Yggdrasil for some time though.
Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil's pretty good.
Yggdrasil, the world tree.
Yggdrasil.
I like that whenever somebody mentions it, they have to say the world tree. Like they can't just call it by its name. It is the world tree. It's part of its title.
Well, it's like You can't just call it Yggdrasil, because what if people don't know what that is? So you say Yggdrasil, the world tree. But then why don't you just say the world tree? Because then...
Yeah. Yourself.
Yeah,
Well,
then they won't know that you're talking about Yggdrasil.
Every
you know?
time somebody's like, Cthulhu, the Elder God, you know? Like,
Isn't he... Isn't he, like, not actually an elder god?
no, he's made up.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
So I only realized that what you meant, like, the second word started coming out of my mouth, but, like...
No, it's good, it's good.
Also, I fucking love this track. Oh.
This is fucking good. Of course. My beloved would have really good music in her random racetrack as well.
Of course.
Man, I fucking hate the slowdown. I can never...
It takes a minute to get used to. It's mostly used for, like, making turns rather than, like, making corrections.
I just always I overturn.
Yeah, it took me until, like, the latter half of the game to realize that it's really good as, like, a starter if you're, like, slowed down. Because it'll automatically bring you up to top speed whenever
Am I
you
going the
slow
right
down.
way? Well, I'll just go this way, I guess.
Yeah, this one's clearly just kind of like a go fucking wherever.
Oh, look, I missed some back there. But no, I think Cthulhu, like, doesn't count as one of the actual elder gods. He's an elder being, but he's not one of the gods. He's the caretaker of the gods or some shit. I don't know.
Cthulhu in, like, a maid dress.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Just hanging out.
Like, he's just taking care of the city while they're all asleep in it.
Yeah, just hanging out.
Just hanging out in a maid dress.
I know.
That's what I do.
So true.
Like, no joke. Sometimes just like on an afternoon where I'm not doing anything, I'm not expecting anyone. It's like, I'm putting on my maid dress and just hanging out.
Hell yeah. I mean, I do that with some of my outfits too.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, yeah, I have a bunch of random accessories I wouldn't wear outside. Sure, I'll just put them on for fun.
Yeah.
I know this isn't the case, but I love those comics where it's like H.P. Lovecraft describing he's like an unthinkable, unimaginable eldritch entity, and some guy's like Cass is like a guy with tentacles, and he's like, oh fuck!
That's scary, dude! H.P. Lovecraft is one of the funniest beings in all of existence.
Truly, the fact that he got scared of air conditioning is like the fucking shit ever.
Women who know like 2 languages or something, like.
Yeah, women who know 2 languages, air conditioning, like a wizard. Like...
a wizard, I know. The idea that animals see different colors.
Yeah.
That's scary to him. Like, you know that some humans see different colors, right? No!
No!
No! We have to get to the shelter.
Guys, we have to go. For real, that tracks.
This is so fucking funny. If he lived today, he would just get a heart attack and die.
You show him nowadays, and he's like,
and then he stumbles to his writing desk.
He writes down "saw a woman today."
Very scary. Would like to avoid, please.
Yeah, his fear of non-Euclidean geometry is my favorite. Yeah, non-Euclidean geometry, like, we see that every fucking day.
I know. Everything on Earth is technically non-Euclidean geometry because non-Euclidean geometry is just geometry at a curve, which is everything on Earth because we're on a ball. Yeah.
HP couldn't handle the transform swag. He would get eviscerated to bone if he saw a transgender woman.
Like if he saw either one of us, he would have like a fucking Kaiba getting destroyed by Exodia moment.
Yeah, he would see like one of us, and then he'd have that like Terminator scene where like the skeleton is like gripping the fucking
yeah, exactly.
It makes a lot of sense that books about the fear of the cosmically huge came from such a small-minded person.
Yo, nice.
Banger
Dude, burn. If he was alive today, he'd be dead.
Yeah, you beat Terminator chain linked.
I think that's just one of my favorite phrases. Like, if H.P. Lovecraft was alive today, he'd die.
You die.
He'd die. Fuck.
Do you know where we're headed now?
Not exactly. Somewhere. The web.
We're headed. The web. We're
The
headed
web.
to.
Whoa!
Oh, key. Nice.
Yay! How do you drift again? I think you just stop right and then you go. Yeah, you don't have to press a push button for it.
I don't think so. I think your brakes can help you drift though.
Probably.
Maybe like tapping them. I don't know. He was like a really influential writer and he did cool stuff, but he was also a massive pussy loser.
Yeah.
So true.
I seem to recall that he was not usually influential or cool in his time. I think it would like happened later, as with so many famous works and stuff.
I did hear about the change of heart, but that is really funny that he only had that when he found out he was Welsh. Also, like, primarily, like, yeah, we are headed to, oh, fuck, what is it called? It's like not, it's one of the worlds I spent the, oh, nice!
Wow, may include a dagger, nice.
Common Welsh W, hell yeah. Yeah, you guys caused H.P. Lovecraft to be a better person and then die.
And then he died.
Fuck, what is, Basil Rips, that's what it is, fuck. I was trying to remember.
Right, yeah.
I didn't spend a whole lot of time in this world when I was playing, so I was like, what the fuck is it called?
Hey, yo.
Yeah, it is a music piracy website, so...
I love music piracy. I do that shit basically every day.
Yeah, same.
I mean...
It's awesome.
I mean, I acquire my music through perfectly legal means every day.
Zoe does. I don't. I love buying from artists on Bandcamp.
Yeah, me too, but if I can't, then I will acquire it through perfectly legal means.
Yeah.
Dude, this is so funny. You'll like this. I think you'll think this is fun. There's an anime that I like called Eurodeko. It's about consumerism, and hell yeah, and it has a theme song that I like, and the theme song, wouldn't you know it, is by a Japanese band because it's an anime, so that tends to be the case. And I liked that, and I heard some other of their songs, and I liked those too. And I was like, I would like to acquire all of this music through perfectly legal means. But like well, you know, what I just said was also perfectly legal, of course. But you know, if I could buy that music, I would. But it was very hard to find. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find like a way to just like purchase their music. And I couldn't find a convenient way to acquire their music through perfectly legal means either. Until I found a Reddit post of someone who liked this one Japanese musical artist and had compiled a Google Drive with everything that person had ever made, including anything they'd ever made in collaboration with someone, and also including the entire discography of every person they'd ever collabed with.
Holy fucking shit.
Like,
crazy.
Why?
That's so much.
I know, it's wild. But yeah, that whole band was called, I'm gonna make sure I have the name correctly. Clemdon?
Huh.
It's like a weird name, it's hard to remember. Clamdon.
Yeah,
it's not. I remember it perfectly. Clamdon. Like this. It was all in there. Now I have all their music, and it's awesome.
Fuck yeah.
They're very good.
I love that kind of thing. Shout out to the NeoCities website that I found that had every Vaporwave song ever made in one zip file.
Oh my god. That's awesome.
Fucking like 80 gigabyte zip file. I was like, holy fuck.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll never know why they did it, but we gotta thank them. I know. So cool, so awesome.
So awesome.
So awesome. It's so good. Just like I can't find a dedicated place just to download all of Clemdon's music. I could find one album online, but there's one dude
This one guy. Yeah, extremely specific archivist will save us.
It's true. It's true. It's real. All right. This place looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
It looks kind of Metroid Prime-ish.
You're right, it does.
Yeah. This side.
This looks like...
Oh.
I was just gonna say, this looks like if Tron was like the slums.
Real. This side. It's like a ghost town. Oh.
Reading, spirit.
Oh my god.
And visiting spirits, it is yourself, should be cause for celebration.
Your icon is wild. I love it.
I love Orator.
Very cool.
Alas, I'm afraid my club has been closed down. Silence so unceremonious, like a gallon of milk poured down the drain well before its expiry date. I'm happy that's really cool. Good work on that.
Thank you.
I love you, spirit.
I love me too. Happy has acquired the power of self-love. It's like my favorite comic. Scott Pilgrim.
I love Scott Pilgrim.
Yay! What's your favorite character?
I love Wallace Wells.
Yay!
This new lore we're introducing.
This is very good. I love that Scott Pilgrim exists in his universe. I didn't want to live in a universe without Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, so true.
So true. Someone pointed it out in chat. Vex Fidel said, like, oh my god, giant floating discs in the background. I just now noticed that the giant CD. That's very cool.
Oh yeah, that is really cool.
That's so cool.
That rips. That's so cool.
Yo, that rips. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know who else rips?
You know who else pirated music online?
Anyway, right. Hey, Orador.
Is that who I think it is? Saber. So happy to see you finally accepted your invitation. You're a tad too fashionably late.
Good phrase. Yeah, I heard the news. Bendo sure knows how to spoil a good thing. I wish you could have seen it.
Well, you still have yet to visit. In your place, you've sent one of your...
This is Happy. They're a racing cat. They're helping me siphon some energy from sites. I'm helping them win a race.
You're going to help them win? I see. Well, then, Saber and Happy, feel free to extract what you need from my site's category. Do mind these glowing orange panda blocks cling to its remains.
Can you pause during dialogue scenes without, like, skipping them?
I am not sure.
Okay, not gonna miss it.
Okay.
I wanted to make Happy long and see if we could see them.
Very fair. We can always try it in like a non-serious environment. So
You're right. You're right. Glowing orange panda blocks. Bad.
if you pass through one, it will stun you like a shut window's cruel joke to a foolish warbler.
This dude talks good.
I'd like Orator. He's cool.
That's not all we're here for, Orator. Or Orator. I need to talk to you. I think he's gone. Oh, he seems upset. Should we be here? We do need the energy. Might as well take it. I'll handle the drama king. You just focus on the circuits for now. Gloof.
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 Fucking the saber makes the gorp noise.
Gorp, yeah.
Gorp.
Gulp. Gulp.
Welcome to Basil Rips.
Wow, this place looks so cool. Whee!
That looks so cool. Gorp. Yeah.
Gorp.
I remember why I didn't spend a whole ton of time here. It's because I have shit eyesight. This is a very dark stage.
It is very dark, that is true.
Sonar is your friend in this one.
It always is. I love Sonar because it goes meow.
Meow. That's true. See, Jim could go solve like location buttons by making it inherently the most fun thing in the world to press.
I agree.
I will literally just go like, I want to hear happy. Okay, I'm good now.
Oh, yeah, my life is better. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, happy. You're perfect.
You're so perfect. You're the perfect little creature forever.
So true.
So true. It really is so good though to just be like, how can I make this gameplay element like more thematic, appropriate, and also just more fun? It's like the opposite of Nintendo being like, how can we ruin the AI or the UI?
Yeah. I
Fuck
won
off,
5 in the
Nintendo,
jump
so
catch
much.
game.
Wow, you're doing so good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
proud
the
of you.
poopy music. The music is cool.
Ow. Whoa, you can totally like not stay in the tube.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's a little bit peanut. It's the music is a little bit peanutty. I'm gonna be honest.
A little bit. When you said boopy music, I thought you said booby music, or like.
There are 2 types of music.
It's a penis music and a booby music.
Awesome.
All music ranges from penis music, which is very silly, and booby music, which is very serious.
I love the gloopy core. So true.
Well.
Oh, that's cool looking.
That
Damn,
is
you're
cool
so
looking.
small compared to Orator. Holy
That's
fuck.
crazy. Tall dude.
Oh my god, yeah, gigantic.
The 2 genders. I feel like that's just. I feel like if you're saying that penis music and booby music are the 2 genders, I think you're just doing the normal 2 genders at that point.
Yeah. This is why I have a broad musical taste. I'm transgender.
Me too.
Yeah.
I listen to every kind of music except dubstep. Most of the time.
My favorite
Sometimes.
music artist of all time makes dubstep, so sometimes I'll just be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, I'll listen to this.
Fair enough, fair enough. My favorite musical artist is David Bowie, so even if I only listen to David Bowie, I still have a very wide range of types of music to listen to.
So true, so true. I listen to every gender except rap and country. Oh man, that's good.
That is funny. I still have no idea what. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was reading the same message.
Yeah, I know. What it's supposed to be like. I mean, I think it's exactly supposed to be like what it is. I think it's very much its own thing.
Yeah. It's getting burst.
It's Kitten Burst, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's the best, in fact.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's getting best.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be, yay, Kippy!
It's supposed to be a Kippy! I would say that it's very much a game where you're like, if you want to ask like, what is it like? That's kind of hard to say, because it's not really like a lot of things, you know?
Yeah, it's not a racing game. Not really.
Not really. And it's like, you just can't really compare it to many things.
Yeah. The only thing I can think of comparing it to is like, it has bullet hell segments.
Yeah, I guess, and it's like fucking Code Lyoko.
Yeah, you're playing Code Lyoko.
You're playing Code Lyoko. Also, let me get some Aggies. I'm missing 2. Dynalope, hi Jody, how you doing? And Sparky Fluffles, thank you both. Oh, and Mecha Fox Girl also, thank you. Boop. So, Orator, it's been forever. How have you been?
I'm alright.
Alright. What is this sign anyways? It's kinda ominous.
Yay, spinning!
I'm spinning. I'm spinning to distract myself from that I'm scared.
Me too, Happy, me too.
Huh?
Your line is zap.
Sap?
You got it, Skimbleshanks.
Oh my god. This guy's confusing and making references to a musical I've never seen.
Hey, I mean, Skimbleshanks is the best cat, so, you know.
So I've
good rap.
heard.
Yeah.
Is he the real one?
Yeah, he's Skimbleshanks the railway cat.
Right, okay,
The only
cool.
good character in the entire musical.
Cool. I really want to watch it at some point because I've seen like little snippets and I'm like, I feel like I would like this so much. I think I would just like vibe. It just looks like such a fun time.
The only Cats version I've seen is Cats 2019, which is really funny because it was the only movie I saw in theaters right before the entire world shut down.
Oh my god. Perfect, honestly.
Yeah, it was the best theater experience of my life too.
Nice. The best theater experience I've ever had was going to see Ruby Gillman Teenage Kraken, because nobody fucking knew or cared about this movie, so the theater was entirely empty. So me and my best friend were just like walking around and doing bits as the movie was going on.
That's fucking awesome.
It's a fun movie, by the way.
I need to watch it.
I think it's fun. I think it's such a good, just a fun movie.
Yay.
I'm not like, oh man, oh, I died!
Killed. What are you now?
I don't know, let's find out. God, your PNG is so beautiful. I'm so glad you look like that forever.
Yeah, just got me in this one.
Oh no, wait, okay, we still got to see. Oh, Transpeller! That's a rare pull, nice.
Yo, let's fucking go. Hell yeah.
Sorry, go on.
The least fitting model for this world right now. Like it's so bright and poppy, and then we are in like the club.
In the club. Yeah, I should be Spectral Queen or my Homestuck costume.
Homestuck costume.
Yeah, my Homestuck costume. What do I call it again? Usually, troll swap. I call it my troll swap costume.
Oh hell yeah. Ultra rare Gothic Queen pull. Hell yeah.
The ultra rare is a different one.
Ooh.
There is an ultra rare pool also, but that is not this one. This one's rare.
Finally, we were on a Kitten Burst stream where you will remain the same height for the most part.
Well, you don't know that yet.
Yeah, well, for the most part. So,
for the most
we'll
part,
see.
I guess. Yeah, fair enough. Egg. KQ, great. Thank you very much for the egg. Anyway, yeah, alright, let's keep going.
Yes, that ominous feeling you're feeling. It's because we're deep in the ophidophobia zone of the etheric plane. A dense fog embedded in primal fear of snakes.
Ophidiophobia.
Ophidiophobia.
A dense fog of humanity's primal fear of snakes. That is awesome.
It is kick-ass. I fucking love the lore around this place.
This is so cool. Like, just the fact, like, this lore is so cool.
It's such a cool fucking
They
world.
build cyberspace on the collective human subconscious.
Yeah. And then they were like, how do we mask IP fraud? Let's just fucking do it in the snake world.
Snake world. Oh, it's so cool. The perfect place to hide a pirate den.
Basal Rips was more than just a pirate den.
Oh, like, right.
It was a net radio, disco in the sky, a place where music was truly free.
Love it.
You should have seen it, Saber.
Hey, Orator, can I push any of these buttons?
Sure. You can play around with the toxoplasma synth to my right.
Yay!
Whee! Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club. This place looks cool. Got
There's
this fucking shaders. It's all just so much. I love it.
It's so much. It's awesome.
It's so good. I want to go to places that are like this in real life.
Same.
Fuck yeah. Oh, I get to make a town tune.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, wait, I think you should play it real quick.
Oh. What? Shit.
Do you recognize it?
No.
This is the song that plays when you do a racing track.
Oh, nice. What the? Like at the start?
Like, in this world.
Oh, this one. No, I did not recognize it. I'm so sorry. I've only done one.
No, it's okay. I didn't either.
But it is fun though. Now I'm gonna fuck it up if you don't mind.
Yeah, fuck it up. Do it.
It's not that bad.
And you can change what instrument you're working with as well.
Oh, is that the bass thing?
Yeah, that's the bass.
Fuck yeah, dude. Only genre I don't listen to.
Just fucking hard bass.
I did once, at some point I was like waiting in queue somewhere, or like on a bus, or I don't remember what it was, and there was a dude sitting close to me, whose music was on so fucking loud. It was as if he wasn't wearing headphones, but he was, and it was basically just this for like a solid 5 minutes.
That's so fucking funny. It reminds me of the German bit where he's like, you're talking to a guy in the gym with headphones so loud, he's like screaming and farting.
Shitting and farting, screaming and shitting compilation. I love that video so much. It's so good.
Crying, laughing at it. Fucking Orator plays this in the club.
That's kind of fun. That's kind of
how I
cute.
messed with the studio. I wish I could use my jamming emote to this.
Yeah, right. Whoa, there's a boss incoming. Do you hear that?
Oh fuck! Oh my god!
No, that sounds bad. Oh, it says the icon changes. Dong. Dude, now it's like early Bionicle music. Fuck yeah. Chet will know what there's some people in chat will know what I'm talking about.
Early Bionicle music had that fart swag.
Fart swag. Oh. They're robots in I feel like, I mean, they're biomechanical. They have biological parts. They could fart.
I'm going to let this discussion to you exclusively. No comment. Yeah, it does sound like a Sega Genesis like sound sample.
Mm-hmm.
Just the one note.
No, wait, I wanted to change whatever. I wanted to change the instrument. Well, I'm done.
Hell yeah.
Orbiter! Where did you go?
Orbiter.
Where did everybody go? What's going on? What's happening?
Yeah,
Hey, there we are.
I think Order just left.
Why did you leave? No, he's here.
No, he's right there. Yeah. Hello, Spirit.
Why do you call me that, Spirit?
That's what you are, aren't you? An essence manifested here in the etheric plane.
Deltry said I'm a mimetic? Yo, girlfriend mention.
Yo. Same concept, different connotation.
Okay. Whee!
I like that Orator has this like kind of spiritual vibe to him. It's cool.
It's very cool. No copyright intended. I know you. Alright, chat. I noticed this the other day. I told Punkitt about it. When I was looking something up on my blog, I saw that I had at some point reblogged a development video of Kitten Burst by Jam2Go about this character, and then I forgot about it. And then when Mason, when Punkitt started to tell me about the game, I did not make the connection.
Yeah, Jam2Go's just been doing cool shit for years.
Yeah. Anyway, this is insane. Like,
yeah,
this is so hard to like look at, honestly.
That's why I didn't spend a whole ton of time here originally.
That's for hello. Oh hey dude.
Oh hello. Welcome back, stage spirit, to the Basil Rips Wares house.
Wares. Are these boxes all full of songs?
Songs, albums, movies, games, software, everything. Based.
Based.
They're not the wares themselves, but the directions on who to get them from. The directory. If you need a copy of something, you just need to find it in here, and we'll set you up with someone to send you a copy completely peer-to-peer.
Isn't it stealing? Can you really steal something if you can make infinite copies of it? Based.
So fucking true,
So fucking based, so true. The original file is still there. It's not like you're a cat burglar. That makes sense.
The old way of distributing music was like a gluttonous dragon hoarding its treasure. It was exclusive and limited, and Pando Entertainment controlled all of it. Through Basil Rips, that dragon was slain. I appreciate your concern for artists, though, Spirit. It's true, this new world will devalue their work, so we'll need to find new ways to support them.
So real.
So real.
So real.
Like, this game just has like a world. It's like, piracy's fucking awesome, by the way.
Yeah, that's really. I was gonna say it's so cool that they just have that stance. It reminds me of that thing that's like, it's not stealing if you don't actually own it. You know, with like that everything's just a subscription and shit now, and that like you don't actually own your Steam games. You own the right to play them, but that can just be revoked. You don't own those games.
I will gladly fuck it. If anything in my Steam library gets taken off, I'm just gonna pirate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Mine.
It'll be on archive.org. It's there. I can get it. You know?
I'm very happy. Buying isn't owning. Piracy isn't stealing.
Exactly.
So true.
So real. Okay, did that one. Let's go talk to the dog then, I suppose.
Jet Set Radio starts with a legal reminder about graffiti, whereas Bomb Rush is the cool one. So what does Bomb Rush do? I really want to know. Is Bomb Rush just like, graffiti is fucking based, do it. Do it! Here are some links to learn how to do graffiti. Awesome. And not get caught. I don't know, I launched it once to check it out because I wanted to play it on stream at some point with a custom model mod, but I think I'm just not gonna wait for that because I have so much shit to do. So I'll probably start playing it soon myself. But I don't remember what it says at the start. One of the characters outright says doing graffiti illegally is cool. Fuck yes. Awesome, thank you, Bomb Rush. Hell yeah. Bomb Rush fucking rules. Anyway, hello, audio player dog looking thing. I love this dog. Oh my god! The fucking the talk sound. That's awesome. Bark. We're back. I was talking about this with a friend recently. I love when dogs say bark, not just because it's funnier, but also because I have a phobia. Yeah, that makes more sense. Bark. Woof. Do you want to do this one or should I? I don't know. Can I do it? Yeah, go for it. I'm already doing Orator.
Okay, that's yeah, but I'm doing like the entire main cast. Oh no, wait, you took over Polly. That's true.
Yeah.
But still, I'm doing almost the entire main cast.
Go for it. Be dog rip.
Wow! Look at all these illegal files I sniffed out.
I'm glad you're doing dog rip.
Thank you. I'm so good at my job.
I love the little icon.
That's just it. Okay. Dog. It doesn't even sound like bark. It sounds like dog. No, okay, it does sound like bark. Never mind.
Yeah.
It would also be really funny if it was just dog. We're just leaving him. Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Goodbye.
Oh, there was a rip manager behind you.
What?
Or, there was a node. There we go. A node behind you. To your left, I think.
Left.
I think he passed over. The shaders in this world make it a little hard to see things.
A little bit.
There we go. See it? A little more to your left. A little more.
Like
Yeah.
I did that one. I did that one already.
Oh, I'm silly. Zoe, you need to execute me with your gauntlet right now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm better now.
Yay! I'm so glad I could help.
I respond. It's okay.
See, that's
I love-
you exist in a virtual world right now, so you're okay. You can
Yeah.
you can respawn and stuff.
Yeah, and in the real world, I'm just invincible. So.
Wow. Good
Yeah.
lore.
That's my lore.
That's your lore.
You can't kill me in any way that matters.
You can't kill me in any way at all.
Yeah. I love Rip Dog too. I think he's a really fun design.
That is a very, very good design. It very much reminds me of like those old like toys that had digital functionalities.
Yeah.
You know, you connect them to the computer and stuff.
Yeah. Radio waste. That's a really cool.
Oh yeah,
fucking
now I
name.
recognize it. Christ! Wait.
This game is fucking awesome.
Oh my god! Oh no! Oh,
The music is yours.
the music is mine. I did this.
You did this.
Oh no!
Oh. Oh my god. You have to maybe change the music a little bit.
We're gonna be sick.
I was like so waiting for you to realize when you picked that fucking sounding spin.
Oh my god. This game is amazing.
This game is fucking awesome.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
man.
Jesus Christ, thank you for the sippy. Posture check and stretching and stuff.
When you walked away with that song, I was like, I can't wait for Zoe to find out.
Yeah. I'm so glad you didn't tell me.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Good.
Awesome. It's perfect.
Let's try that again, gang.
It's so worth it to keep it a secret from you.
Uh-huh. Absolutely. Let's see.
It's so fucking hard to see in this world.
Yeah, it's definitely the least comprehensible one.
Yeah.
So he's become the master of the bloops. Here we go. Honestly, not as bad. Still bad though.
Sand is like, it's like sand is whispering in your ear.
What if you like showed a friend this game, like you're doing right now, and you're like, here, let me show you the level that I'm on, you know, and you just like play one of these. You play one of these stages, and like before it, you're like, the music is so good, and like, is it?
You're like, hey, wait, guys, check this out. This music is awesome, and you just hear like, like over and over, like a fucking loop.
I wonder if we could. I mean,
Oh,
it
I
must be
guarantee.
possible. No, I
Yeah.
want to do that after this stage. Remind me to do that.
On it, it's on the reminder list.
Thank you so much.
This fucking music is so funny.
This is so bad.
This sounds like something Happy would make, is the thing.
It does.
Like, go, Spirit, have fun with this. Okay.
Okay, I will. That's nice. This is. I'm a cat. I don't recognize music. There's been
don't know
studies into this. I can't believe after Shiver you went back to pirating Orator. Her lack of
Punctuation is really,
It's very useful.
pirating Orator. Yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with pirating. I just think that you were a great hacker. I thought we were pirates. No, we're hackers. Hackers break into stuff. Pirates just distribute wares. It's just we're a crew on a ship. You have a peg leg. Oh, they mentioned a robot leg. We have a pet. Pet.
And Happy, you're not?
Yeah, you're not. No, Happy's not. Happy's a friend.
Happy's not a pet. But, like, Polly isn't a pet. Polly's a
No,
buddy.
no, of course not. We have a pet named Polly.
I'm not a pet. I'm the quartermaster.
Oh, well, yeah, we're pirates aesthetically because pirates are cool.
So
Wouldn't
true.
it be cooler if we were ninjas? Happy, I love you so much. Saber, I love you so much. I'm not having this debate with you.
Wouldn't it be cooler if we were ninjas?
That's so cute.
Love you, Happy. You're literally perfect. Never change.
Never ever change. You're the perfect little thing.
I'm not a pet.
I'm not a
I'm the
pet.
quartermaster.
You can be both.
Oh.
Oh, okay, I guess I'd be the pet then.
I may be called Polly, but I'm no parrot. Please, Happy.
Huh?
War?
What? Yar?
War?
Yar?
Fucking. This game just makes us make noises.
Yeah. Wah, 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 wah. Okay.
Donk.
Did it. Okay. Did it. Dude. I'm just gonna eyeballing it. Or earballing it, I guess. Did it. Did. No. Did. Nope. Did. Maybe it's like this.
Close.
Close. Sort of. There we go.
That's the one.
I think I got it, right?
Yeah, I think you got it. That's good.
And then it's a shut the fuck up.
He just fucking rams their entire head into the side.
That's what cats do. I had to dodge for 5 minutes, but that's a perfect Megan Lovania there. Thank you. This game and you two playing it has been a really good time. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. I'm having a lot of fun playing it as well.
Me too.
Yay! Our toys.
Our toys. This is the most this game is toys moment in a while.
It's true. It's true. Okay. Nope. What am I doing wrong? Shut the fuck. Is it higher? Yeah, it is actually. No, what?
I think it's lower.
Da, da,
Da 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 da.
da, 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 da. I don't know if we can go low enough. Da, 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 da.
Maybe that last note has to go up.
It doesn't sound right.
Maybe move the last 3 notes up by 1.
Didn't I just try that?
I don't know. Just mashing your fucking finger.
Well, I don't know how to get back into it.
It's funny every time.
Like I click exit thinking it'll like just pause the song. See, that's not it.
Oh yeah, maybe the first 4 notes up so you have more space downwards.
Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe also, yeah. Oh, actually, that also sounds more. I think. What do I put this? Nope. So then I... Da 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 da. I don't know. Doesn't sound right, does it?
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, so the second note doesn't move downwards.
This one?
Yeah,
What did I do with it?
it stays at the same level as the first note.
This one?
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not ta ta ta. It's ta ta ta. Like it goes. It's.
Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Or
Na-na-na.
oh, maybe not. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm a big stupid head. Nope. That doesn't sound right, does it?
Well, it isn't. It's like ending like right before it starts the next part. That's the way it sounds.
Sir, being raided.
We're making Megalo. We're making Megalo.
Hi, Chad. Hi, Mai, and all your viewers. Hi, welcome. We're making Megalovania, or trying anyway. Hi, everyone. My name is Zoe Gunla Queen. I'm an artist of various kinds or whatever, and I am also a variety streamer, and I'm playing the best game ever made, Kitten Burst, together with my friend Punkitt.
Hi, I'm a doodle right now.
Yeah, it's true. This is all intentional. We had no technical difficulties that resulted in this PNG.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Oh, that's the wrong one. It is. What is it?
This is the notation. This is the notation that I'm looking at.
Yeah, I can't read that. I never learned how to read sheets.
I was a choir baby, so.
Nice. I took some lessons in guitar and I did not need to do that. I was not far enough.
Maybe try a different instrument.
I guess. It's just not right.
Do the upscale part at the end there. That might complete it for you. 1185 5.
Do we have the space for that?
Might not. I think you move it down 1 in the last part.
No. This is a mess.
The notes are all in key, and I think you're intentionally not here. That would make sense. Well, that was a fun excursion.
Yeah, that was a fun experiment.
I mean, I think that's what the toys are there for you just to like dick around for a little bit.
Yeah, it's true. It just usually don't have this much of an impact. Which to all the raiders, you're about to
understand.
Yeah. Meow. Oh.
Ooh, down there. Oh.
Woo, did you see that? It was awesome.
Yeah, that was slick.
Thank you. Wait, Oh no.
This
is like
toys.
This is like that shit with when you have the stick with a little loop around the metal electrified bars.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, right? This is hard to look at.
Yeah, this is really tough.
This is bad. How are you so fucking supposed to do this?
Well, it's a labyrinth. You're supposed to stay inside of it normally, but...
Yeah, but like once you're out... Okay, wait, oh fuck! Okay, careful. Okay. That sounds so good.
It sounds so fucking goofy. I'm so glad you made just the first couple notes of Megalomania.
I think it's better this way. No. Oh no.
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 Alright, how many you got left? 2 more.
2.
What if you just like set yourself up to just crash through 2?
I feel like that's gonna cost me more time than to just take 2 random ones. But whoa, wee!
We having fun with your toys.
Ow. Ooh. Oh, this music is so good.
Music's so good. I wonder who made it.
Sans made it.
Fucking zip right through it. Ah, crash through the Aether.
Yeah! Look at this awesome score. It did so good.
Labyrinth is fucking tough.
It is. I want to give it another try.
Just the fucking farty ass music makes it so funny.
It does. It really compliments how insane this level is. No.
Yeah.
Anyway. No, don't go out of it again. Damn it. Okay, go.
Awesome.
Oh, the music is so.
All right, another twofer. You got this.
Oh my god. Okay. Nope.
I think you got that one.
Whoa, wait.
Awesome.
Where did it go?
One more.
Wow, wait. Yeah, beat my score. Let's go. Cool.
Better score.
Yay. Oh my god. Nintendo shut down this site too? It's the fate that ends all pirating sites happy. They got discovered and sued for storing files.
But that's what made our site. Clippy and I decided to be completely peer-to-peer.
Clippy mentioned. Clippy went rogue. You know, from Windows.
We never stored from Windows. Joke of Windows. We never stored any files ourselves. We acted as a liaison, connecting you with another user that had the file you wanted.
Wait, then what are they even suing you for?
They say that because we are the owners of the ledger, we are responsible for our users' violated copyright.
Huh?
Zip.
Zap! Yay!
Yay!
Clippy! Damn, this shit just like Pirate Bay for real.
Just like Pirate Bay for real. I do like that he's got this like DJ thing going on with Happy.
It's very cute.
When I say zip, you say zap.
Zap!
Zip.
Zap! Where did it go? Hello?
Arm. Your sonar.
Where did it go? What just... Oh.
Yeah, this level is confusing.
Jesus Christ, dude. I forgot.
It was just like a minute ago.
I'm very stupid. Oh my god, this game is everything.
It was fucking awesome. I love the game so much. I'm so glad I get to share my toys with you.
Yeah, me too. Where do I go? What's going on? What is happening?
Happy trapped in the Megalovania realm.
This is like, you know how like certain like sequences of sounds and stuff can like trigger things? This was just like super disorienting. This like stops my thought processes and I just forget everything.
I love that it's just kind of like Oh yeah,
No.
this is the dead zone. You gotta aim yourself here.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's a
The
wall.
Sans emote. You have a
Is this-
Sans emote? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I've okay, that's cause in when oh. Da, 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 da. Ee. I got your mother in a well. We'll take a break after this level, but that is because much earlier in my streaming career, at one point streamed Planet Zoo.
Oh, okay.
And I had a kangaroo enclosure, and I made like a big fuck.
This song is what it sounds like where you must travel to the bathroom.
What? What did you say?
I know. Not gonna lie, this is the song you hear before you must travel to the bathroom.
It's true. It's like a little late. You're like in a little bit of a hurry.
Yeah, you're like, I need to get there. I need to get there, guys. I need to get there.
I need to go. But so I had the kangaroo enclosure, and in the kangaroo enclosure I had a kangaroo shed for them to sleep in, you know? And I was
Yeah.
like, this could use some decorations on the inside for the kangaroos to look at. And so I built Sans out of zoo type or Planet Zoo decorations, and it looks terrible. It's a square for one thing.
Awesome.
It's just a block, and so I call them Cursed Sans. And for a while, it was the emote that we used in Discord and in Twitch chat when something was just very bad.
I see it. That's really good.
Thank you. I can put it in chat actually. I had to put it in
Squams.
Squints. Oh right, it gets thrown at me also, and you had a Sans noise. I had to make it a tier 3 sub emote because we just had so many more that were much more relevant and applicable and stuff.
Yeah.
So, but it's, you know, he's still here and he's beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Thank you. Anyway, ow. Does this work also? Hold on a second. Oh, it does. Nice. Cool. So what kind of music do you play here? Hello? Game? There we go.
Why are you really here, Staper? I'm assuming it's for business.
I am. It's about Pando's side platform. Dell told me they might know how to find it. Girlfriend mention!
Girlfriend mention. I'll tell you. She'll me resuscitate my site.
We can do that! Stop!
I just want my net radio back, but there's a program silencing any waves I try to emit.
It's the dog. What happened? I'm sorry. Yeah! Oh no! It's just like she says that, and then Happy's like, Saber! It's like pretending that it didn't happen.
I've been around the cat too much.
God damn it. I need to spend more time with Polly to even it out. That'll go well.
Iron Orator, what you be up to? I mean,
Would you want to? Oh no.
Iron Orator, would you like me to help you set up your net radio?
Yar Orator, would you play us some nice shanties? What happened?
Back when they were trying to find Basil Rips, Panda Music schemed to sabotage our site by adding a rootkit to their CDs. One of our users tried transferring an album from some metal band through our site, and the rootkit latched on. Some metal band, huh? Now this dog rip manager is gagging my site. I can't play music with the club or on radio anymore.
I can help you with that, dog. I fought one before.
Fuck you, Metallica.
Fuck you, Metallica.
Are you not afraid of dogs?
Not at all.
Zip.
Zap. Cute.
I love you, Happy. You're
I
perfect.
love you so much, Happy. I wonder if you used the toys in the level to make an off-key sea shanty too. What I'm wondering... what I'm wondering is, will this also be incorporated into the boss music?
Do you want me to say yes or no?
No, don't tell me.
Okay.
What else can we turn this into that's not just these 4 notes?
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Fucking Metallica literally invented the MCA. Oh, that's funny. Fuck those nerds.
Ugh, I hate them.
Fuck you, Metallica. I love that it throws some like really subtle shade towards Metallica.
It's very good. It's very good. The day they got content claimed on Twitch for playing their own music, fucking great moment. Get fucked.
Get fucked, Metallica, piece of shit.
Shouldn't have been such capitalist dogs.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. How about no? Well, it's only one thing to do.
You know what?
Let's see how many.
You're taking an e-break after this boss fight, I'm assuming,
5,
right?
6, 7, 8, 9,
before?
10, 11. I was thinking before.
Okay, I'm gonna order some food real quick then.
Okay. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the okay, 5. So that is 6. So this is 1, 2, 3. Cool. That is all the change we need. Now then, chat. We are going to take a 20 or so minute break so I can do my ester gel. During this break, if you guys have any medicine you have to take, please remember to do so. And oh, we got an upgrade.
Oh yeah, you gotta upgrade. Do that.
I gotta do that. This one. Oh, I can upgrade more. This.
I love
This one.
that icon. It's so cute.
Which one?
The like, I think, drag reduction. Yeah, look at them! Yay!
There's a kitty. It's cute. Crush Avoidance has that too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And speed also, actually. But the tail is different on speed. Oh, actually, the tail is different on crash avoidance. It's the same on speed and drag reduction. Very interesting. Anyway.
It makes you into a girl. I know you meant goop, but I'm imagining Zoe fucking falling.
Dude, wait, I have to show that image. I saw it again the other day. I'm so proud of it. It's an image that I made for one of my Metroid streams.
Yeah.
Cause at one point I okay, it was April Fool's and Sonic the Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog had just been released, and so I was like, all right, let's go play Metroid Prime 2, which is a game I'd been playing at the time. But then the thumbnail was this. Also show it on stream.
Yeah!
Yeah!
That makes you a girl!
Oop, that makes you a girl! She's balling! Ow!
Balling.
And then I started playing, and I started playing The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, and we played through all of that. And then I said, all right, okay, well, now that that's done, we can get to playing Metroid Prime 2. And then I started playing Metroid Pinball.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So that was a good time.
Awesome.
And then I did this one afterwards. This image I posted on socials after the stream.
Just hanging there. You look like the end of the SpongeBob movie where he's just like
yes!
on the wire.
Yes, I do. It's because Metroid. It's because Samus in the Morphle form is too big to fit through the hoop.
That's really good. You're just hanging there like,
Cause someone come get me down. Oh, that was a good time. That stream was like 8 hours.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit, that's crazy.
Because I played through the entirety of one game and then also like half of another. So, anyway, gang, it is time to do the break. So 20 or so minutes. We'll be playing some nice music during the time. If you have any medicine that you have to take, please remember to do so. Remember to stay hydrated, stretch your leggies, get some snackies, and we'll be back to fight a corporal red dog afterwards. So we'll see you then.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
yeah, we'll
get a quesadilla.
Ow. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Nice.
Bye-bye.
All right. See you later. Bye-bye.
just log in. Surfing the web together with you, a virtual world so shiny and new. Just you and me, baby, sharing our love for this new technology. Yeah. What would you do if I could see you and you could see me on your computer screen in 480p? Connecting everyone, just dial up and have fun. Surfing the web together with you, a virtual world so shiny and new. Just you and me, baby, spreading our love for this new technology. It's made of wires, wires, yeah. Magic, magic. It's like magic, magic to some, science to me. Magic,
Magic.
it's like magic, magic to some new technology. Magic, it's like magic, magic to some, science to me. Magic, it's like magic, magic to some new technology. Connecting you to me, easy as 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Surfing the web together with you, a virtual world so shiny and new. Just you and me, baby, spreading our love with this new technology. Scrolling and typing and laughing and smiling, so many sights to see. Colons and hyphens and brand new horizons, new technology. Kilobytes, baby, must be in the thousands. Gotta get down, gotta get down, gotta get downloading, baby. Baby, I got to download you, download you, download you into my hard drive. Sometimes I need to get away. Ain't feeling that city life today. Need to relax and escape from it all, and do something that'll totally recall. show. It's a dream vacation with all your friends. It's now in 3 dimensions. has been broken. My love system has been broken. Emotion error deep within. Only you can fix me when you turn me off and on again. My love system has been broken. Emotion error deep within. Only you can fix me when you turn me off and on again. My love system has been broken. Emotion error deep within. Only you can fix me when.
Hi. Hello, everybody. The break is over. God, I love that song. It's so good.
I return.
Welcome back. Isn't that song so fucking good, Punkitt?
I fucking love Firewall.
It's Firewall! It's so good!
I'm glad you and I had the exact same fucking idea. We had to scream Firewall.
We had to scream Firewall, dude. It's just so good.
Literally, it's so fucking good.
It's so
Love
fucking
Firewall.
good. I love that whole album, dude. Digital Nightmares. Like,
Yeah.
Top of Remix Party like gets better with every album. It's insane.
They've never had a bad album. Like
It's true.
after they like got their shit together and they like solidified who was in the band, it's been like bangers ever since.
Agreed. Yeah, it's true. It's been so fucking good. I love them.
So fucking good.
So fucking good. Hey gang, welcome back from the break. I'm here with a beautifully drawn Punkitt horse.
It's true. I'm eating a quesadilla. You can't see it because it's off screen, but
I believe it. I'll believe anything you say.
okay. Thank you. I
Yeah.
will not use this in any malicious way.
Ah, that's very good. I'm glad to know. And because you said it, I do believe you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything I say is true.
Let's go fight a dog.
Let's go fight a dog.
Let's go fight a dog. First, does the dog have anything new to say?
I don't think so, but it can't hurt to check.
Wow, look at all these legal files I sniffed out. I'm so good at my job.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, you asshole. I hate you, dog rip manager. I'm going to beat you in one try. Here we go.
I do love Dog Grip Manager's song though. Really good.
Damn, I don't even hear Megalovania in here. Oh my god. It's an IKEA store.
Yeah, I love that they're like, welcome to the fucking cyber furniture store.
This is very cool. And yeah, this is a good song.
It only gets better. It's so, I fucking love Rip My Heart.
That's a good name.
It's a great name.
That's really good. Gonna be honest, this might be my favorite song so far, just because it's like the nicest to vibe to, I think.
Yeah. Very calm. I think this is genuinely my favorite like assortment of things that the game throws at you. Like it's just such a cool concept.
Oh, fuck. It's true. Huh. So much for my cool dodge. Whoa, your facial expression has changed.
Mad at you.
Okay, this is the thing that I saw the development video off chat. You wanna download it? Oh my god, it's the PSA.
Yeah.
That is so good.
You wouldn't rip my heart.
You wouldn't rip my heart. Ooh. It's a little hard to see though.
Oh,
Ooh, oh god, oh dear.
jeez. Oh, jeez.
Don't worry, I can salvage this.
You can also move the camera while you're in the boss fight.
I was just wondering.
Help.
Fuck. We in the club not downloading cards. Oh, this is so good.
It's so good.
It's peak.
It's peak. It's the best game ever made.
It's true, it's true. That is what it is. Yeah, dude. Did it in one.
No,
Just like
literally
I
first
said
try.
I would.
Literally first try. And with
Fuck
like
yeah.
1 health for most of that too.
Yeah, I'm amazing. I'm so good. Saber, I'm going to kill the next thing I see, I swear to God. Happy? Hello! I'm so happy to see you! Hey, oh my God.
Hey!
Hey, oh my God. Happy melts everyone's heart.
It's true. Who doesn't love Happy?
This dog probably, but fuck this dog. We should rip its heart.
With a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't? No, I would.
I would kill this dog.
Honestly, that like PSA was so lame. If I could download a car, I fucking would.
Yeah, I
It'd be
fucking
awesome.
would. Like, it's like the idea of that PSA makes no sense. I'm not downloading a car because it's morally incorrect. It's because it's impossible.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, if I could make an exact copy of a car and download it, I
And-
would.
Of course I would.
Like, holy fuck.
It's so dumb. It makes no sense.
Once again, my favorite fact is that the people who made that PSA got sued because they didn't use the music, because they didn't license it.
That's awesome.
Yeah!
That is
They
so
were found-
good.
They were found guilty of basically pirating for the anti-piracy, like, PSA. So fucking funny.
That is perfect.
That's it. Basil Rips is back on air.
I got an achievement. Alright, glad we could help. Now, can you tell us how we can get to platform?
Of course, but first. Zip.
Zap! Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Eclipse!
Oh, fuck. Who voiced Eclipse?
I think it was you because I did Hugo.
Yeah, I think I voiced... What, does anyone remember what voice I did for Eclipse?
I think you did like kind of whiny because Eclipse is like a C.
Right, I think I kind of talk like this or something.
Yeah.
Something like that.
They seem kind of edgy to you in that original one, so
Yeah. They look awesome.
they do. I fucking love
They look
Eclipse. He's so
so
fucking
good.
great.
So good.
It looks
There's
like
no-
if Surge was in Splatoon. You're so right.
That's true, that's true. I mean, the original PSA was you wouldn't steal a car. It's just been either Mandela affected or meme tail. I do think that's true. I do think it was steal, but
However, if I could steal a car in the same way that I steal quotation marks like
Yes.
pirate, I would still do it.
yes. I do agree. Like stealing a car in the sense that cars are usually stolen. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that depending on who I'm stealing from. But that's not what downloading something is.
Yeah. I also love Eclipse's perfect colon 3 mouth.
It's very good. Zap! Oh. This is a thing. Planet Eclipse.
Planet Eclipse.
Was I just redirected? Where am I? Welcome to Planet Eclipse. I will be your host this evening. The name's Eclipse. Oh my god. The pants.
Yeah, I fucking love Eclipse design. He's so
Oh my
good.
god. And a clip tie. Oh wait, we have that. It's like one of the accessories we unlocked.
Yeah, wait, I never realized that.
Nice. Wait, me downloading the blueprints for a car and asking for a free replacement part for each part from the factory over the course of multiple years. That's it. That's how you do it. That's how you download a car. Stuck a grape in my mouth and then advanced dialogue. Why did I do that?
Awesome.
Hey, I'm happy. Happy to meet you. Cute. Ruffle, that's a good one. I've never heard that before. Said with zero sarcasm.
Zero sarcasm.
I think I might be a bit lost. Do you know where Saber is? I just rescued you from her. Oh, I think there's been a misunderstanding. We're friends. Friends? Are you sure? To me, it seems like you're her lackey. Forget her, pussycat. She can't see all of your pneumatic potential, but I do. You are a star. I realized there was supposed to be a comma there between forget her and pussycat.
I thought Eclipse was saying forget her pussy for like half a second.
Yeah.
Forget her pussy. I'm gonna make you a star.
Terrible. It's like a meme text. Oh, I'm not that big of a mimetic, you know. I'm just a racing cat. I know everyone wants me to win, but... Wait, is that what she told you? XD. No, I wants to see you win. They wants to watch you fail. You're a fail cat. No, I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you. Don't fucking talk to them like that.
You can't do this to Happy.
You can't fucking do this to them. Asshole. Yeah.
You're a fail cat.
You're a fail cat. What? No, I'm not. I'm happy. Yeah. Nope. Everyone calls you fail cat, so that's what you is. Look. No. This macro is hosted on Planet Eclipse.
I love this world so much.
This is so good. I hate him. I'm gonna stab him. Yeah, me too. Oh my god, I hate Eclipse now.
I depicted you as the soy jack and myself as the chat.
You has already lost. I'm out here marrying Deltry and killing Eclipse.
God, that's really good.
What? Is that me? Don't worry, pussycat. Here at Planet Eclipse, you have a new stage. You can be more than just Phil Cat. You can be a star. I thought it was gonna say like Success Cat. Succeed Cat.
Zoe, could you restart your stream for me? It ended up lagging like crazy on mine.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Yeah, Happy already is a star.
Yeah.
This is known.
This is so known. Happy is loved inherently.
Yeah, Happy is loved inherently.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. We're good. We're good
Okay,
to go.
good. Win cat, the cat that wins. A star? A star! For your main event, I've built you a brand new racetrack. Oh, nice! You like racing, right? Oh my god, it's Ted!
It's Ted! It's Ted!
It's Ted! It's Ted! Oh my god! I'm a huge fan!
Ted, I listen to all your songs. Oh my gosh!
Alright. I think you should voice that.
Okay. What voice is? I'll try out something. Clippy! When in cyberspace is delaying my dinner. I'm a true starving artist.
In a sec, I'm in the middle of training your new co-star.
What? I don't need a co-star? I'm the star. I'm what I need are waffles. I fucking love Eclipse.
Oh my god, it's good. Waffles for dinner. Again.
Pretty please, with maple syrup on top.
Yes, my star. I'll be there in a blink.
Eclipse, it's 4 p.m. It's time for waffles.
Yes, my star. I've gotta go. Go ahead and start flying around or whatever. I'll check up on you in, say, 300 laps. 300 laps?
Clippy, the waffles.
Yes, my most patient penguin. On my way. Gentle cat, start your engine. This sucks. I don't want to be here. I want to go back to my friends and my wife.
Forever.
Is there like... It reminds me of a... I don't remember what it is. There's like a part in... Oh yeah, when you're in Mimi's mansion in Super Paper Mario.
Yeah! This is Mimi's mansion coded.
Right? And it's just like, oh, well, here's your enormous debt that you have to pay off, and you can actually just do it. You don't have to, like, try to escape. You can just run the treadmill and get all the money you need.
Awesome, like coach did.
Mm-hmm.
Borat voice, my wife.
My wife. Zoe
voice.
No, Zoe voice, my wife. What'll happen since after the break? Well, we're on track to become a star.
We are kidnapped by a meme host creator thing.
Yes. Ah, Saber! Happy, do you read me? Where are you? Saber! I'm in a racetrack on this weird site. There's this fuzzy guy with the handle Eclipse. Ugh. Orador sold us out to that troll. What? No.
So sad. Zip zap zap.
Oh, that's fucked up. I thought it was just I thought Eclipse just sort of butted in. The troll? Is that why he talks with numbers like that? No, it's because he reads Homestuck. Saber, is that you? It's been too long. How's quitting cyberspace forever going? Give me my cat back. Does you mean fail cat? They're much happier here. I'm gonna make them a star. Do people really watch this racing crap though? This sucks. God, I hate Eclipse. This sucks, Source. I'm beyond bored. All you do is turn left. You made the racing track, dipshit. Oh my god. Turning isn't the point of an oval racing track. Stock car racers know how to turn in road races. That's not the challenge of it. Oval-shaped tracks cut all the fluff. Long straights, banked turns. It's all designed to chase maximum speed. Oh, maybe that's why Eternal September looks like that, because she likes that.
Yeah, Saber's got the racing fixation.
Really though. I love that though. I love that she has interests. Instead of chipping away at racing lines for a chance of overtaking, oval tracks allow for pack racing. You haven't seen racing until you've seen a pack of cars drifting off each other 3 lanes wide, weaving through traffic going 180 miles per hour. It's really a battle of endurance though. These drivers spend most of their time turning. It's like a balancing act. They corner at twice the speed of a road car. Imagine trying to control that. There's also so much strategy. How much do you push? How much do you save your tires? When should you pit? Will it rain?
I love you, Saber.
This is so good. I love your Saber info dumping, and I'm here for it. Agreed.
Yeah, Eclipse dissed NASCAR once, and Saber was like, "I'm about to fucking school you."
Really? You have to do that mental calculus for your own car, but also you have to take into account all of the other cars. How are you both a nerd and a hick? Maybe if you got some better hobbies, you wouldn't be so insufferable. Shut the fuck up. I am killing you to death.
To death, bro.
To death, bro. I am going to grab you by the neck and one leg and just pull you apart. Asshole. I'm not taking life advice from an emo furry. I'm not emo! I'm seen! That's true.
I think that's one of the screenshots I sent you back in the day.
I think you might have actually, yeah. It does sound familiar. Eclipse does not get to call others insufferable. Agreed.
Yeah, agreed.
Big agree. Well, Eclipse not here with bro, you need to get laid. I think Eclipse needs to get laid in a coffin. Deltree is emo. True.
True.
True. Deltree, you're so right. I'm so sorry. Did I ever tell you that one time I was at my favorite theme park by myself, and I passed like a gaggle of teenage girls, and they shouted like "emo girl" at me.
What? Like you were in a fucking Disney Channel movie?
I know. Yes, exactly. And it's so fucking funny to me, cause what is that supposed to do?
Yeah.
Like, do you think I
Pointing
look
out
like
what
this
you
by
are.
accident?
I mean, you got gendered correctly.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, very, very progressive bullies.
It's just so funny to me.
Oh my god.
It's like you see someone on a bike and you're like, "Oh, you're riding a bike." Yeah, yes, that's true. I am.
This idiot looks sick as fuck. Oh my god.
I'm not emo. I'm goth. Oh, yo. Yeah,
Oh,
that is.
Yodel.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. All right. Oh, Yodel. Hi, Clips. No. Can I stop going in circles now? I thought this was like your whole thing. Clips, give me the cat back now. Maybe we should try something more thrilling. Oh boy. Yay, wee! Yay, spinny! Yay! Do give Happy back though, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah.
Let's play a game. I've teleported you to the center of a maze. All you has to do is fly to the red box up here and you escape. That's it? That's it. Oh my god. Come on. Oh, you're kidding me.
It's such a good gag.
You're fucking kidding me.
This game does fucking rule.
This game fucking rules so good. Oh my god. This is so awesome. I'm so excited.
It's great.
Oh, and if you touch the walls, you get zapped back to the start. I can do that easy peasy.
I love you, Happy.
I love you so much, Happy. Happy, keep your guard up. This is... No more distractions! Go on, pussycat! Yeah, potential jump scare warning for all those who don't know. This is based on an old internet meme.
Yeah.
Where you would trick your friends into doing this little maze game, and then just before they get to the end, they get a jump scare.
Fun fact, it had a little jump scare warning in the bottom left. It's very considerate like that.
That's nice. Like the original game, you mean? Or wait,
No,
this
like
one.
the actual, yeah, this one. A little jump scare warning.
Nice.
Pop up. Eclipse, I'm gonna throw you into the sun. I mean, we're in the stars right now.
Plenty of suns to choose from.
I love this world. It's so fucking silly.
It's just a mess. Fuck. Can I go home?
Can I go home now, please?
I miss Saber. And Zoe misses her wife.
It's true.
This is harder than the original game.
Yeah, I recommend taking off.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
Whatever. Let's put it back in a second. Now, Zoe, you're not gonna get caught by the jump scare.
Remember, your brake it comes in real handy.
Yeah, fair enough. Booty too thick for that corner. This is my curse.
So sad.
So sad.
I keep fucking thinking about Eclipse should get laid in a coffin. So true.
So true. I'm so right for that.
Good work, good work.
God damn it!
Cucumber!
Oh, I got cucumber.
You got cucumber.
Oh, cause Sappy's a cat, so get scared by the
Sappy's a
cucumber.
cat.
That's so cute. Ruffle a mile. What was that? I think this is your new bit, Scaredy Cat. Users are going to eat this up. Who would want to watch me get jump scared? Reaction clips are the future, Pussycat. We're over and cucumbered now. Everyone is gonna be posting clips of you getting cucumbered. Really play up how scared you are next time, though. Maybe prove your tail up more. What the fuck, dude? Good first day, Pussycat. I'll work on a new maze for you to keep things fresh. I wanna go. Could I just go, please? Listen, Cat, there's something else that Liar Saber didn't tell you. Memetics have a short shelf life. If you don't find a way to stay relevant, you'll go back to being just another program. So you can work with the best or fate like the rest. Why are you crying?
A little sad face.
I'm gonna tear your eyes out.
Boo, we hate your pussy, Eclipse.
We do. I am the number one Eclipse hater. That's me. That's me, fucker. If Eclipse has one hater, it's fucking me.
Watching you angrily stare at the camera and then almost say I'm the number one pussy hater. It's so fucking funny.
I'm very good at talking. I nearly said something very different here, but only nearly. I'm okay.
Only nearly.
I'm fine. If Eclipse has no haters, we're fucking... If Eclipse has no haters, it's cause he's dead. It's cause I killed him, and therefore we don't have to waste any thought on him anymore. It's not
So
cause we're
true.
dead. We'll never die before he does. I'm like Ganondorf. I'm never gonna die before my goal is completed, and my goal is to kill Eclipse now.
Oh, sorry. I just got into class. 1 second.
That's okay.
Let me turn it down real quick.
That's okay. I'll take this time to eat more grapes.
There we go.
Nom, 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 nom,
My
nom.
video was on too. Shit. Okay. Clippy, can you please check if any more fan mail has been delivered?
Oh, wee! Wee! Woo! Wah! Woo! Woo! Wow! Woo! Woo!
They're discussing a rival right now.
They're doing what?
They're discussing a rival right now.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Happy. Hi.
User entry. Hi, Happy.
Hi. Woo. Wee. Woo.
Happy, I love you. Happy, you're perfect.
Yay. Woo. Woo. Happy?
Happy?
Are you coming back? Woo! Okay. Whee! Woo!
Whoa!
Happy that looks at gay people.
Oh!
Yeah, it's a real happy streamer position.
Oh man, that's really good.
Yes, my star, on my way. Got to go. That's Ted, by the way. I think you will be fast, friends. I won't make you stay if you don't want to. Just take a cat nap and think about it, yeah?
Be back later, I think.
Oh, thank you. Be back later, see ya.
Horizontally rotating Happy with the Freebird solo. Communications officer Happy.
Oh my god.
I have located you.
Oh my god, Polly's here on the rescue mission.
Finally, the reverse.
BBL means big booby lover.
Well, call me a BBL then. Let's go.
Polly! You came to save me?
True. As quartermaster, I must keep account of all of the ship's crew.
We weren't going to leave you, cat. Oh.
What, Saber?
Yeah, Saber. Polly, go unlock that cage on the double.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Saber, is what Eclipses say really true? Let's just focus on destroying this site first. There's a note just above you. You know what to do. Go hoof. I meant go heck it, but yeah, go hoof.
You at least appreciate how gay Clippy is. I think Clippy is definitely a very gay furry.
I would say so.
I don't think you could look like that and be a straight furry. You know what I mean?
No, I fully agree. But the thing is that just because someone is queer doesn't mean they are excused.
It's awesome. I'm glad they can be themselves. However, I hate themselves.
Yeah, I hate who. I'm so glad that they can be who they are. I hate who they are, though. Like, I would never tell them to not be true to themselves, but I will kill them about it.
See, this is why we have to have more queer villains, because people are so scared. No, they can be gay. I can just still hate them.
Yeah. Oh, I get this now. I destroy your fucking website.
Yeah.
You stupid fucking asshole. I hate you forever.
So this was me about Shuro last night. People were like, no, you can't say this about Shuro. I can't.
Shuro sucks. He's a jerk.
Shuro sucks. I'm a Shuro hater. I don't care if it was like, oh, but Laios did some like shitty things to him. I don't care. I hate Shuro.
Laios did nothing wrong. Laios is just
Laios
really
did nothing
autistic.
wrong.
Shut the fuck up.
Shuro is cringe. I will fight. If there are no Shuro haters, I'm dead.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, okay, some of the things that Laios did were, you know, annoying,
Accidentally
awkward.
inconsiderate.
Yeah, but it was accidental, and Shiro like never made it clear to him.
Yeah.
I feel like any normal person would stop being like passive aggressive about it and just like hoping that he goes away. Would eventually be like, all right, I'm sitting you down and explaining what's going on to you because
Yeah,
it's clear that you're not getting it, you know?
Like, I can understand if it was a guy you saw like once or twice, but like, you were with him for a whole year. You fell for his sister.
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm sorry, man. That stops being Laios' fault. I don't think it was, honestly. And that starts being a you thing.
No, I don't think it was ever Elias's fault.
I will always go to bat for my boy Laios. Who, in that meme I made, I accidentally called him Low Eyes. It's just his name now.
Low
Hey, Low
Eyes.
Eyes.
Dude, from Family Guy?
From Family Sky.
Cool.
Family Sky. I look up the clouds. Peter Griffin's there.
Simba.
You must eat a bunch of really weird little guys.
What?
Okay.
Oh man. Does Peter Griffin do that?
No, you said Simba, so I was being Mufasa.
Oh yeah, I know. Why? Who's eating the little guys?
Simba Laios in this world that I created. The skin. Yeah. So I'm converting 3 different pieces of media into one joke.
I love that. I love that. The conversions, very good.
Yeah, thank you. So I have to listen to like a class in my other ear while we're doing this. It's really fucking me up. They're talking about Portuguese.
Okay. That's fun. I was almost there one time,
Oh wow.
I think. Wait, hold on. Where's Portugal?
I did not.
Is that next to Spain, or is that a different place?
I'm not gonna say something online where I'm recorded if I'm being stupid.
You need to lose those inhibitions. No, wait. You need to lose those inhibitors. Is it
Feel them.
inhibitions? What's an inhibition?
Inhibition is like, yeah, it's inhibition.
Yeah, alright, I'm right. I'm smart forever. It's to the west of Spain. Portugal's next to Spain. Yeah, I win! I was almost in Portugal one time. Cool. I'm glad we're all in agreement about this. Alright, I've breached his defenses. I see he's still just a script kitty. We need to take over.
I love when people are like, just a script kitty. Like, shit, my true power, you don't know it.
You could never compare. We need to
Piccolo.
We need to take over this site for good. That means draining his precious penguin mematic. Okay. Do we have to? Yes, he's not going to stop pestering us unless we crush them.
Captain, it appears they must be at the top of the planet itself.
Whoa. I go there. Am I gonna have to fight Ted? That's nice. That looks nice.
So pleasant.
Hey. Meow. I go here. Is it this one? Or is this just a different one?
Just a different node. Sorry,
Oh,
they're
well.
talking about using different anime voices in class right now. I'm being thrown off.
Huh?
Yeah.
What did I mean different anime voices? Like different types?
I don't know.
Okay.
This is what I get for not paying attention. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. We get like we get to study with you. It's kind of nice. It's fun, you know.
Yeah. Thank you, Todd. May Todd.
Hmm?
It's my professor.
I was reminded earlier today that at some point I think it was on I think it was on call with someone. I sneezed and they said you sound like an anime girl sneezing but not annoying. And I was like, that's awesome.
I totally see it.
That's a fucking great compliment. That's so good.
Hell yeah.
It's so funny to me. I don't want to do this one, but I will. Oh, it's Okay, it's the other way around now.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Oh. Can I just restart? No? Well, then I won't. Sticking with it. Fuck! I hate everything forever.
That's a really good movie, right?
I don't know, I haven't seen it.
It's got Michelle Yeoh in it.
It's got what?
It's got Michelle Yeoh in it. You know, one of those Oscars.
Nice, I don't watch those.
Me neither. I fucking hate the Oscars.
Mm-hmm. There's something so satisfying, honestly, about just being like you're in the process of watching something or playing something, and just going like, nah, and you just stop. Like
awesome.
I going into it, I already had like bad, kind of like a bad opinion on the Knuckles show. And after 3 episodes or so, I was like, nah, no, I'm done. Fuck this.
Real.
And I just stopped watching, and I said like, well, I'm never watching any of these live action Sonic things ever again.
Good for you.
Yeah, and it's such a freeing feeling.
Yeah, that's how I felt about like Marvel movies. I was like, all right, let's.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I
Those
don't give
two.
a shit anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, wow, I never have to commit to one of these things again.
Yeah,
What
like
a-
people for.
Go
What
on.
a freeing feeling.
Mm-hmm.
It's it was like I remember in my first couple years of college, because I went to college like right after Endgame came out.
Uh-huh.
It was like they were like, oh, have you seen fucking the Seven Rings movie or whatever? And it's like, no, I haven't.
Sonic and the
Yay!
Secret Rings. No, I have not, and I shan't.
Oh, but did you see fucking Doctor Strange in the Multiverse or whatever the fuck? I didn't. I watched a good movie instead.
Yeah. I didn't
Yeah,
think
take
that would be
two.
very fun, and thus I didn't.
No, literally, I don't know why people are like, I'm gonna go to this Marvel movie. I know I'm gonna dislike it. It's like, okay, so you're gonna go in, have a shit time, and lose money? Like,
Yeah, I hate watching.
yeah, it's like I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Like, oh
But-
man, did you see Ant-Man and the Wasp? Whatever, it sucked ass. No, I didn't, because I knew it would suck ass.
Yeah. It seemed like it would suck ass, and therefore I did
Yeah.
not.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't see Quantumania, but it's so bad. Yeah, that's why I didn't fucking see it.
Mhm. It's like,
Like,
I feel like the only time that the internet ever understood the assignment of if something's bad, don't watch it was with Morbius. And it's because it
Yeah.
was the meme to not watch it.
it was so
Can
funny.
we do
'cause
that
my
more?
Yeah. My coworker, Roberto, who was in my pronoun reveal, he was one of the openers.
Hell yeah.
Saw Morbius twice in theaters before it was a meme. He genuinely really liked it.
No!
So then he became the Morbius guy. He would like wear Morbius shirts because he knew everybody thought it was bad. So he was like, I'm gonna lean all the way into it. I'm the Morbius guy now.
Oh my god. I mean, power to him, I suppose.
Yeah. Here's my thing, Mecha Fox Girl. If it's a cheap movie made with love, it's not a bad movie to me. Like, that's just how I approach movies now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Movies where like I can tell that their ambition is pushing past like a little bit too much beyond what they actually can do. It's like I love that. Like that's a different kind of enjoyment, but I enjoy it greatly.
Mm-hmm. That is really just the most important part. Does it look like the people that made the movie wanted to?
Yeah. Like I don't know. That's why I like this game and like Bug Fables. Like Bug Fables has so many issues, but like you can tell that they love making games so goddamn much. And it's like, yeah, I love this game too because of that.
I get that. I should play that one maybe at some point.
It's one of my favorite RPGs.
Yay! Nice. I like most of the games that are on my needs to play list at this point are just games that, like indie games that I got because it just looked like the people making it really wanted to.
Yeah.
It's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Who killed Captain Alex? I've never heard of that.
Oh, it's a classic. I think it's from Uganda. It's a very cheaply made film made by people who just wanted to make film. So it kind of owns because of that.
This sounds
It
good.
had a budget of 300 USD. Yo, so did my fucking film for college. We gotta publish that soon. We're coming up on the 1 year anniversary. We need to actually like properly like put it up so people can watch it. My gay
Hell
vampire
yeah.
film.
Hell yeah, dude. I'll make like a whole movie night out of it on my Discord community server.
Hell yeah.
They literally went door to door selling the movie in their village. Aw,
That's awesome.
that's so awesome. I love that.
I fucking love cinema. Rah!
Tear shirt apart. Ah! Shirt underneath. That's Mexico.
Shit underneath that says I love. Fuck. Hold on. What country is it from? Who killed Captain Alex? It is from you. Yeah, I open up I rip open my shirt. It says I love Uganda cinema.
Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah.
Sorry, you know, I let that joke cook for a second there.
No, that's good. That's alright. The fucking Fallon Mexico shirt meme is so good.
It's my favorite.
It's so good.
I'm so glad it exists.
It's so good. Sadly, the original cut is lost media, so you can only see a Nigerian showing with a video joker providing commentary. The original is lost because the director had to delete the masters to make room for his next project on his computer.
So real, so real.
It's so sad. But also, that kind of makes it even more endearing.
I saw a South African anti-apartheid movie recently they made by defrauding the apartheid-era government with a fake script. Based!
Fuck yes!
That's awesome, I love that
Oh,
shit.
that rules. Oh, fuck
Man.
yeah. I love that.
Dude, you
This-
can tell these guys just like making things. That's so cool.
Mhm,
Based.
mhm. Scooter was made entirely of recycled parts he was able to get for free, if I remember correctly. Oh, that's awesome. Also, yeah, if you know that anti-apartheid height, it's a Dutch word, because we did it.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's why it's called that. If you know the name of that movie, please. All right, the movie's called Mapatsula. If anyone wants to see it, nice. Anyway, let's continue the game. How'd you get up here? I told you to stay out of my way, Clips. Now we're gonna drain your whole site. Yeah. I am disappointed. I thought you had star power.
I want to believe that Clips did that. I thought you had star power.
I'm thinking about the finale of the Scott Pilgrim movie, where Gideon's like being beat up, and then he's doing his speech, and he just starts coughing in the middle of it.
It's really good.
Like he's like, it's really hard. It's like a really hard cough. It's really good.
It's really awesome.
It's so funny. I thought you had star power. Coughs up a lung.
Fucking airball.
Show this pussycat what it means to be a star.
This noob. Although, you know, cats can't even fly IRL, right?
Yeah, neither can you, dipshit.
I'm doing a mean girl thing now. That's what Tet is.
No, that feels fitting. What? Yes, we can.
I'm afeared that statement be true. Communications officer happy.
Well, can you fly IRL?
Raffle. I'm a penguin. Of course we can fly. Duh. Penguins are birds, lol. I fucking love Tet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
really.
my god. they got the fucking owl meme. Don't feed the troll, Happy. Fine, let's do this. All right, now drop a train on him. I'm going to kill this penguin, but first I'm gonna see if I can talk to him. Yes. Oh, bye.
Ready to fail, cat?
Nuh-uh.
Okay, that's really funny.
Cat.
Ted had completely different dialogue before you talked to her originally that like spoiled like a fuck ton of things that happened after the fight.
Oh.
So I'm really glad that it got corrected.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I was like, if I'm just gonna ask Zoe to close her eyes.
I'm very glad that's fixed. Oh my god.
Best fight in the fucking game, baby. Let's go.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's like meeting a celebrity.
You can see Ted. You can see Eclipse at the bottom right. It's so fun.
Oh
now
my-
they're gone.
I love this.
This game is so good.
This game is so good.
This game is peak.
This game is such fucking epic. Oh my god, it's just so fucking good. You hear this song multiple times before you get here, and you meet her, and she's an asshole, and her theme music is a remix.
It's so
Oh!
good.
I love this game!
It's literally the best game ever made.
It fucking is, dude. Oh my
I'm
god.
so glad I get to share this with you.
Yeah, me too. I'm so glad you're sharing it with me. No. Oh, fucking the side-scrolling segment, the Flappy Bird bullshit. Oh my god, the music.
It's so good. I think this is built like the helicopter flash game.
Oh.
Yeah, this does sound like Bro Step. You're right.
There's a helicopter, the Rufflecopter. You're fucking kidding me.
Rufflecopter.
Fuck. Okay, my Toho days, don't fill me now. Well,
You stand completely still.
I thought I'd be able to go up more. Oh, the hearts. Oh, it's a fork, nice.
It's a spork.
Oh, it's a spore. That makes more
Yeah,
sense.
it's Ted the Penguin with the spork of doom.
Just bounce to me, bounce to me. This is the best fucking game of all time.
Literally the best.
Does not get better than this. Oh, I have the wrong thing selected. That worked out, but
Yeah, that was great.
oh, are you sad that I'm beating your ass? It's overnight. Oh, phase 2!
Phase 2!
I was waiting. Oh, fuck, it's the 3D hologram from the music video. I was
Where's the
thinking, like,
failed
where's the
cat now?
pwned? Oh my god.
It's fucking awesome. I love this fight.
It's so good. Secret No Straight Roads boss. Dude, Punkitt, have you played No Straight Roads? I feel like I've mentioned that to you before.
Yeah, I remember you talking to me about No Straight Roads. I haven't played it, but I've watched it. It's really cool.
It's so cool. That's another game where I'm just like, the people that made this love making this.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's peak. It's peak.
It's such peak. Just bounce to me, bounce to me. This is a lot of stuff. Yeah! First
That was the
fucking
what the
try.
fuck boom. First fucking try.
That was the what the fuck boom meme. I haven't heard that one in a very long time.
Literally, I think that's my favorite boss fight in the entire game. It's so fucking good.
It's so good. Like the like thematically, it's so fucking good. The music is so fucking good. I feel that the when it comes to like the actual like obstacles and stuff, it's probably the least inventive. But I do like it.
That's fair.
I mean, maybe like one of the first ones, maybe. But after some of the stuff we've seen at this point, it's like, all right, it's a bunch of blocks.
Yeah,
you know?
but this one's way more like about the music, I guess.
Yeah,
so it works.
that is
like,
true.
The Rafflecopter and like the helicopter game, like duo, like part is what sells it for me. It's so
That is
good.
true. It is very, very good.
This one's all vibes for me, I think.
Yeah, the vibes wise, this one definitely wins.
Yeah.
Yay! There is no Splurk achievement. Teh, are you okay?
I'm so sleepy. This flea bag really ruffles my feathers. This isn't solving anything.
Hey, you started it! Clip. Yay, my wife!
Yes!
Woo!
Yes!
Yay!
Yes!
Woo! Anyway, Clips, my final warning. Stop messing with my plan and I'll let you keep your sight. Yippee! Your plan? Want to trick a poor pussycat into doing poor dirty work? Like you tricked Shiver? I didn't trick you guys into doing anything. You all agreed to every plan. You did trick us, Saber. You told us crashing cyberspace for a day would fix everything. But it just made everything go to crap. Then you abandoned us. Then Deltree left to do her fanfic thing. Then Como and White Hat.
We're the only ones left to keep the shadow of Shiver alive.
What do you mean, Commodore went White Hat? Oh fuck!
Did I miss my invitation to the reunion?
Goddamn Hugo from Pando! I hate him so much.
Hugo from Bando!
I hate him almost as much as I hate Eclipse, but not as much. Because he was less of a dick to Happy so far.
Did I miss my invitation to the reunion?
Calm? Is that you?
Please, please, it's Hugo. I go by my real name.
You're fucking kidding me. You can't fucking
Shut the
believe this
fuck
shit.
up, Hugo.
Can't fucking believe this shit. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill him. Hello, I'm happy.
Right. Saber, I don't know why you're back or what you're planning to do, but it has to stop. Shiver is dead. The only way to save this place is by fixing the system through the inside.
What, and create a monetized techno state hellscape?
No one trusts the metaverse anymore, mostly thanks to us. We can't keep breaking things for to the lulz. We have to grow up at some point. Platform is the future. No more hate, no more masks, no more flames. It's simple, it works.
Just because you say something is the future doesn't mean that it is.
Clips, why don't you hand Happy over to me now?
Hang on. What you mean no more masks?
That is one of the key features. Every user will get a unique Pando profile which matches their Lithodelphus citizen ID.
Don't like that.
Don't like that.
Hugo can jump off a cliff. Strill.
You go in the trash.
You go in the trash now. What?
Security necessitates accountability. You can't join a flame mob if your real name is hovering above you. You and Orator's work at Adderstone is duly rewarded with mod positions. That is, once you actually finish it. That's what you're going to use it for? Don't forget the strings I'm pulling with Pando Music to drop that lawsuit of yours. Then give me the cat.
What if I don't want my LCID tied to my avatar?
You can still be an emo dog person as a mod. I don't care about that, kid.
Scene. I'm a scene fox person. Especially when fucking Hugo from Bando. Dude. Hell yeah. Kick.
Yeah!
Kick.
What do you think you're doing? Kick.
Kick.
Oh,
Yeah, Chad,
real
help us
mature.
kick, help us kick.
Real mature. No, Chad, no!
Yuko from Bendo has been kicked. Yay!
Right as I leave my class. Fuck yeah.
Oh, very good. Good timing. Wait, I just realized. Whee! Yay!
Slap, bomb, shoot. Set up us the bomb.
Set us up the bomb. It's been so long since I've seen All Your Base Are Belong to Us. I should look it up again. It's been too long. We need to keep it alive, you know?
So true, so true.
Also, I love that Kirk did exclamation punch, which is an actual command.
Hell yeah.
Our phone is having this dramatic confrontation happy. He's like, wee, spinning!
Very real to an
Yay.
actual cat.
Very real. You have no chance to survive. Make your time.
So fucking Ted is huge, by the way. Holy shit.
Yeah, right? I realized that before. I was like, that seems unnecessary. Maybe that is...
Botheads
maybe...
don't, Botheads don't see all the kicks and punches and bombs and shoots and slaps.
Oh, yeah. I love the term VOD heads. It's really good.
Yeah.
Hi VOD heads. This one's for you. Hey, nobody in chat reply to this. This isn't for you guys. Nobody in live chat. Hi VOD heads. How you
More like
doing?
you,
Hi,
VODs.
hi. Thanks so much for watching the VOD. I appreciate that. Yay.
I'm going to remove anonymity from online. Wait, what the fuck?
Wait, what the fuck? Clips? Screw it. I knew that dude was going to use the other stone for something awful. If you have a plan to take down Pando, then I'm in. No, fuck off! I don't want him on the team. I hate him. You are?
I'm sorry I deceived you, Saber. He was well, Spirit. We were working with him out of desperation. I'll join you in this fight, even if it means everything I built crumbles to null space.
It's okay, Orador. Are you both joining our crew? Unfortunately, the scene Twink Catboy is joining our team. He's a
Foxboy!
He's a Foxboy. Just because I hate him doesn't mean I'm going to disrespect his persona.
I don't give a fuck.
My persona is also a fox, so I have to respect it. I think you're joining... Well, fitting alt. All right. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Taking a little bit because I gotta adjust a bunch of
I can
settings.
fix him by turning him into a fox girl. No,
That's-
you can't do this. You can't do this to Eclipse.
Why not? I think it'd be good for her.
Then you know what? True. Although, with how afraid Eclipse is of anonymity going away, I feel a little transgender about every character in this entire cast. But
No, 100%, absolutely.
from my understanding, it's she,
Except
her
for
for
Yugo.
Geltry, she, they for Saber. Orator is a he, him, and so is Eclipse. And then Happy is they, them.
Hmm. Okay, let's see. 59.
It took me a while to like get down the pronouns for each of the characters because they only talk about each other like once or twice, and there's no like wiki right now.
Mm-hmm. And
Happy is
they're
cat.
also they're all just so different and stuff, and like with this game it's like you don't know. Some of these
Yeah.
some like a girl looking character could be he, him. It wouldn't be out of place at all.
No, not at all. Be based.
It'd be super based. Also, apologies that I missed this egg earlier, but Fire Golzat, thank you very much for your egg. That's an hour ago. Oops.
No. Listen.
Hi.
I will defend Eclipse for reasons that will become true later.
Sure. Anyway, hi, here's my persona. Hi, everyone. Hi.
Yay! Hi.
Hi.
Persona buddies.
Persona buddies. I'm a fennec fox, and you're some kind of hot dog.
I'm a dachshund.
Yeah.
Dachshund horse.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not a dog. I'm a canid. That's not. It's not the same thing.
oh, the dog.
Oh, the dog. Trash Mammal, thank you very much for following. Hello. Wow, you are also like some sort of dog. You're actually like some sort of bear, because in Dutch, raccoons are called wash bears.
Whoa.
Yes. Even though they're not bears.
That's like how koala bears are a thing.
Yeah, I hate koala bears. They are the world's most shittiest animal. It's so funny to me.
I mean, they are extremely shitty. They can't eat unless it's on a tree, which I think is extremely funny.
They have two things they can eat, which is leaves of one specific tree on the tree. Not when they are off not when they're off the tree, not when they're on a separate branch that you've got off the tree. They have to be on the tree. The other thing they can eat is their parents' shit.
They also carry a ton of disease. However, I think they're funny.
They carry a ton of disease, and their metabolism is so shitty that the disease can't affect them, which is either really stupid or very impressive.
It's like Luigi wins by doing nothing ass animal.
Yeah, exactly. There's something deeply funny to me about hating an animal when you don't live anywhere near where they do. Well, that's why I can hate them, because I have an outsider's perspective. I am unbiased.
God's fucking looking at koalas and going, "This is my son Borf. He has every disease."
He has every disease, and he stinks like absolute hell.
God's most pathetic warriors, the koala and sunfish unite.
Real! So real, so real! Oh my god. Oh! Oh wait, I haven't... No, Dusty's getting hurt right now. No, not Dusty, no! Hold on, I have to change. There, okay. Now Dusty will be spared, and it will be my head that will be assaulted. Phew! Okay.
Close one.
Anyway, okay. I don't understand.
I think you are joining our crew.
Oh yeah, okay, now I get it, yeah. I think you
Yeah.
are joining our crew, Happy. Welcome to Shiver.
Yeah!
Yay! Can we please get Eclipse out of here, though? Can we, like, just make him walk the plank or something? If you take a bite out of a koala and get the Minecraft advancement, how did we get here? Which is an advancement you get for getting every single status ailment at once.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Hat for Derek. Solenum Core, what kind of hat do you think Derek should have? Do tell. Cowboy. Well, you're in luck. I've got just the thing.
Yippee!
Ooh, you're looking so cool and mysterious.
Wow.
Ooh! A donation! Yay! Chocolate Outline, thank you so much for the $50!
Let's go!
Wow! That's so much
battery!
money! Oh, ow!
Car battery!
But thank you so much! Thanks so much for Yippee! Thank you so much for the donation! Thank you!
Noise Australian doppelganger. I hate the Eurasian jackdaw. Absolute dog shit bird.
That's really good. Is that a bird that exists in the Netherlands? Is that the joke? What is a Eurasian jackdaw? Eurasian jackdaw.
Just looked up animals native to Holland. Ah, okay.
Just looked up animals in it. What? Why would Australian me hate this bird? I love this bird. It's a little corvid. I love those. Is it a corvid? Yes, it is. I love corvids.
Yay!
Corvids are my second favorite type of bird. My favorite is specifically the barn owl. Not
Yeah, that's a pretty
owls.
good pick.
Owls are whatever, but barn owls? I love barn
Hell yeah.
owls.
Hell yeah.
They have such little faces, but then it's like, ah, you know?
Yeah.
I
know
love
what
that
you mean.
about them.
They're great.
And their faces just look so good. Like, it's like
Yeah.
if nature was like, I'm gonna make like a stylized owl.
Hell yeah.
It's so good. It's my favorite bird. Owl is my favorite bird. Fox is my favorite land animal, and shark is my favorite aquatic animal.
Amazing.
Thank you. Problem with living in Northern Europe is we don't have any weird native animals to make fun of.
So sad.
Not really. No, not really.
A beautiful song.
It's very nice. Thinking about animals. We got woodpeckers, those are kind of funny. Our badgers look really nice. Our woodpeckers actually also look really nice. Boars? You ever seen like a wild boar?
They're cool.
They're so big!
Huge.
Het is gewoon echt... Ik heb een keer tijdens een wandeling...
Oh shit. Ik weet niet hoe ik Netherlands moet spreken.
Wat? Wat zeg je? Wat ben je nou aan het zeggen? Ik heb geen idee wat je nou net zei.
Ik weet niet
Je weet niet?
hoe ik Netherlands moet spreken. I mean, help me.
Je weet niet hoe je Nederlands moet spreken? Oké. Nou... Well, don't worry, because I'm not doing that anymore either.
Okay.
It's all good now.
Fuck.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
No, but I've been like at the end of like a hike, just before we got like into a town, there was a boar like blocking the path, and those things are big. It's like you don't. I feel like it's easy to overlook how big a boar is.
Yeah.
You know how people like underestimate how big moose are.
Yeah.
It's
Moose are
kind of like
fucking-
that.
They're megafauna. They're fucking gigantic.
Yeah, they're megafauna. They're called that. Also, a queer oddity in transculturation. Thanks so much for the eggs.
Yay.
Yay. Beep. Thinking about koalas, that's honestly a really good defense mechanism. If anything eats them, they're gonna have a very bad time. That's the thing. Koalas have no natural predators because nothing wants to eat them because they just give you diseases. Like, they taste like absolute dog shit and kill you.
Awesome.
And Trindrine, thanks for your active. Like, it's so funny to me that, like, there are many animals that are poisonous, meaning if you eat them, you get poisoned. And koalas aren't poisonous. Koalas are just filled with disease from the thing they eat. But that's not the same thing.
They are just diseased beasts.
It's very funny to me.
Diseased.
Disease beasts. Anyway, welcome aboard the Eternal September. Ruffle, you stole Calm's cyber ship? He's obsessed with this thing, he must be pissed.
Shiver me timbers. 2 new crew hands. Now we're able to fully man the ship.
Hell yeah.
What posts will you be taking?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for them to take posts that Polly does not think needs taking. Once again.
Once again.
Once again. Subsquala, this bad boy can store so many diseases in it. I should watch this hand. I can never remember if it's koalas or sloths that start to rot while still alive. It's probably koalas because I hate them. I do know that sloths, they have like moss and stuff growing on them because they just move that little. But the crazy, sorry?
I said good for them.
Good for them, yeah. The the two funny things about sloths to me is, one, they only leave the trees to piss, which is an amazing, like piss and shit and stuff, which is an amazing level of, I guess, self. I don't know, like courtesy, you know. It's like, oh, I'll just go down on the ground and do it there. And also, you don't have to do that.
Probably fertilizes the tree.
Well, yeah, but it'd do that anyway, because if you do it while in the tree, it just falls down. Yeah, like why? Like, you know, it's odd to me that like they go down from the tree for that, which is also when they're most vulnerable. By the way, like if they stayed in the tree, they would have a better survival rate, but they don't.
I mean, listen, me too. I am also at my most vulnerable when I'm on the shitter. So, like, me and the koala have a kinship, you know?
No, sloths.
Oh, sloths, okay.
But yes, agreed. If a baby sloth falls off, the mom won't go back for it. No, that's what I'm saying. There's one reason why they would leave the tree, and it's just to go to the bathroom.
That's
and they
so
don't have
funny.
to. There's no real reason for it, which is so funny to me. And the other thing I think is very funny about sloths is that they are so slow. They are so fucking slow. They will do everything so slowly, but they don't have to.
They don't have to.
Like, unlike turtles and especially like snails, who usually are operating at kind of like their max speed, sloths are they just take it really easy, but they can go way faster. They just never do.
That's so real.
It's really funny to me. Yeah, they're just like, hey man, I'm not in a hurry.
Real.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah.
What?
Do you have one of those lookout tower thingies? I'll hang up there. It's called a crow's nest, Clips.
No, we don't have a crow's nest. This is a cyber ship. Forget it. Just don't break anything more than it's already broken.
Be nice, Polly. Hey, Happy, I fixed a link to Kitten Burst, and I need to show you something. Hang on, I'll link both of us. I think after we get through this cutscene stuff, it'll be the end of the day. We've been going for almost 4 hours after all. Okay. I'm scared. Oh. Kinburst has seen better days. Or it's just evening.
Is this Kinburst? Are we back in the stasis array?
Close. This is the control room. This is where the cat races are scheduled, organized, maintained, and this is where I built this site. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The connection.
The connection. Saber's basically your mom.
Yeah. Much to think about.
Much to think about.
You built all of this? You made me?
Kinda. I just set the parameters and generated you, along with the 127 other racing cats. At first it was just one track. Do you remember it? I think so. I think Happy remembers everything about the racing.
Yeah. It was short, right? There were these pyramids we flew around.
It started out as a pet project, something to work on to get away from the responsibilities of Shiver. Then somehow the site exploded. People in and out of cyberspace flocked to watch the cat races. The numbers kept going up. 7 racetracks, 181 races since launch. Hundreds of viewers, thousands of credits on the line. I neglected Shiver and the group started to dissolve. Eventually this project outgrew me. I couldn't keep it up, so I sold it. To Pando Entertainment. No. No.
Yeah.
This is big sad, gang.
What?
I cashed out and crashed out of cyberspace for good.
But the Pando?
I know, I'm a hypocrite. I needed the credits, so I sold out. I kept watching your races though, from my terminal. That was my last connection to this place. It was so thrilling to watch, and the numbers just kept growing. 24 evolving racetracks, 600 races since launch, thousands of viewers, millions of credits. It was because of you. I can't even twirl right now, it's too important of a moment.
Philcat.
Yeah, Philcat with a spotless record of 0 wins and 600 losses. The odds of this happening are less than 1%. And then there's some numbers, but I don't care about numbers, so I'm not reading all that. Also, I'd probably fuck it up.
I know. I'm bad luck.
A 0.904% chance of a 600 race loss streak. There's bad luck, and then there's a statistically suspicious outlier. So I broke back in and checked the code. Happy, you're not bad luck. You're hard-coded to lose. No.
Yeah.
That's too sad.
Yeah.
What? What do you mean?
You never won because the system wouldn't let you. If you were pulling ahead, you get rubber banded.
So all those races? It was pointless? No.
Happy.
I'm so sad.
I'm emotional, dude.
Yeah, it's an emotional moment. It's a good game.
It's such a good game. I love this game so much.
It's a really special game.
Once you started becoming a mimetic, they must have patched it in to ensure the losing streak kept going. They didn't want to lose their new attraction.
So then fix it. Make it so I can win again.
Then what? Either they notice the change and patch it before you can win, or you do win and stop being a mimetic.
I'll win. I can win a race.
Then you'll just go back to being a racing cat.
I would stop being a Philcat.
It would. I'm tearing up a little bit.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good writing.
It's really good.
You would stop being happy.
You would stop being happy. The stasis cycle is nearing its end. We don't have much time left to charge the ion cannon. Race 601 will start and you will be missing. The crowd will immediately notice something is off. Where is Philcat? Everyone will be talking about it, posting about it, thinking about it. Where is Philcat? The day your mimetic energy will peak. That's when you'll fire the ion cannon, tearing cyberspace away from meat space.
What? I thought you just wanted to take down Pando?
We users were never meant to come here happy. We brought all our problems with us and this place amplified them. Just look at what Pando did to you. It's abject cruelty to program something like that. Spam fields, flame wars, targeted advertisements, cookies tracking your every move. This thought pollution, it's dangerous. It's already bleeding through to meat space. We need to stop all of it. Firing the ion cannon would DDoS the entire plane. It would take hundreds of years for users to even think about coming back here.
What would happen to me?
CBH, IDK. I hope cyberspace repairs when we're gone, goes back to its old wild self. Whatever happens, it will be better for you than this reality TV show.
You lied to me. You said you'd help me win.
Punkitt!
Hey Zoe.
What are you doing, dude? What have you done?
I showed you the game that I really like. And you see why I like it.
Yeah, I do.
It's a special game.
It's very special.
It's a very special game.
You lied to us, Punkitt. You said this was funny kitty game.
It's funny kitty game. It lures you in, and then it's no longer funny kitty game. It's introspective kitty game.
Yeah. This counts as winning. It's just expanding the scope of the game. This is how you finally beat Kitten Burst. The video game. Kitten
Video
Burst.
game.
That's
Kitten
not
Burst.
winning! Just leave me alone. I need some time to think.
Okay. See you back in the ship when you're ready. Oh my god, dude. Oh, I'm doing the sound thing. This game is so good.
It's a really good game.
Also, this is a very.
predetermined.
Oh. Did it like say second place?
Yeah, it's in second place.
So they get really close and they still can't do it?
Yeah.
This game's fucked up, dude. Also, Paranoid, very good moment to join in on.
Yeah.
Emotions. What's gonna happen, dude?
You'll just have to find out. To the end now.
How much longer is the game gonna be?
Well, you're on part B right now.
That sounds like there's gonna be quite a bit more or something. I don't know. Cause like I'm asking to know if we should just finish it now or we have one more stream in us.
Oh no, you've got about 2 more streams.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, this is the ending of part B.
Did I know we were on part B?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I simply forgot.
It's easy to. I don't blame you.
We do have week-long gaps between these.
Oh, that was a real sniffle, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, dude, I'm tearing up.
I was too when I got to this part. I was so emotional.
It's so well done.
It's really well done. And the music, oh my gosh.
I have no idea what's going on, but this is genuinely picking my heart. I can't deal with how upset GQ sounds right now. I'm fine. It's like a, you know, getting sad at fictional stories. It's cathartic.
Yeah.
Cathartic.
Yeah, you got it right. Cathartic, yeah.
Yeah. Where are we
Happy
now?
always gets second place. Everyone knows about Happy. Since if Happy got last place, yeah. Happy's mimetic because they come so close to winning every time and don't. So the only reason Happy exists is because Happy can never win.
Yeah. Happy tries so fucking hard, but doesn't matter how hard they try. Doesn't
Yeah,
even matter
it was-
how hard you try.
Game was rigged from the start.
Yeah. Mom?
Mom.
Mom! Oh! I don't need this right now.
So this is why I suggested a different voice.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for the sippy, Kai. Oh. Hello again, Happy.
What do you
Oh, just checking in on my favorite cat. The email stacks don't seem like a very comfy place to run away to.
I'm not running away. I just needed to fly fast, so it shows a direction.
Ah, then I suppose it makes sense. The email stacks do make up the largest area of the etheric plane. Bad. The users do love their documents and letters. There's a funny old one about copper in here. Let me see if I can find it.
The Enos here.
Nice.
Just leave me alone.
Would there be different dialogue if I'd never met Ceiling Cat yet?
I don't know, but that's kind of why I was hoping you'd find her before, so that like you'd get this familiarity when Ceiling Cat
Yeah,
showed
like
up.
it does make this moment much stronger, definitely.
Yeah, so I don't know actually, because I also discovered Ceiling Cat before this.
Guess we'll never know. Maybe someone in chat will play it for themselves and tell us.
Yeah, which you should. Go
You
support
should.
Champ to go for like the most awesome game of all time.
It's true, it's true, it's true, it's true. What's troubling you? I think the fact that Saber lied to them is
Yeah.
is heavier, because you know, the I'm Philcat thing is like that was something that they thought they were gonna fix.
Yeah, but they can't. Saber lied to them.
Saber lied to me. I thought she was my friend, but she was just using me. And now she wants me to destroy the connection to Beat Space. But why would I do that? Why should I help her?
Do you think the Aether would be better off without the users? I already know I'm gonna pick IDK. Wait, how did I get here? Thanks so much for the egg. Because I think right now Happy is just very uncertain about everything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know.
Neither do I. Perhaps there's another way. Your user, Saber, wants to use that weapon to separate the Aether and the physical planes, yes? I wonder what would happen if you used it to bring them closer together.
What do you mean? I could do that?
You'll see. You don't have to make a decision now, just ponder it a bit.
Okay. Can I take my nap now?
Oh, Happy.
Happy.
Of course, but don't leave your crew waiting for too long. Sleep tight. Don't let the web crawlers bite. I don't know why they would. They're our friend.
There we go. Part B is done.
Yeah, got the achievement for it. God, this game is so fucking good. Best game in the world.
Best game in the world.
It's fucking maddening that this isn't like the most popular indie game of all time.
Right? Oh
Right?
my god.
It needs to be, Chad. And this is our mission. Spread the word.
Spread the word.
I must now buy
Good.
this game. Yes, exactly, exactly.
Oh. God, the Tiger poem. Yeah, no, Eclipse wasn't being mean. He really is like Failcat.
Yeah,
Like Eclipse was being a dick, but like it's there's some dialogue that you haven't seen yet that shows that Eclipse deeply cares about memetics. You'll get to it.
I'll wait and see.
Yeah, that'll be next week.
Eclipse should have been less of a dick about it anyway, though. Clippy, why are you not at the bridge? We're having a meeting. Tell him, babe. Dispatch me to the chat. I'm not leaving my crow's nest. Your crow's nest?
We'll just come up to you then.
What? I still love the skybox here. Really like suggesting. I said that before, but it really like suggests like we're between the components and stuff. We're like here in secret and stuff.
Yeah,
That's what it feels like to me.
yeah. Yeah, Polar Stars. There's some more stuff inside of Planet Eclipse that we didn't get to, that we'll see next week, because we were focusing on death. Yeah, it'll give more depth to Eclipse. Maybe show you why Shiver keeps him around.
I mean, I with him joining the team, I was not expecting him to just be a total jerk. I was expecting there to be more to him and stuff.
Yeah, it's Happy's known for failing. It's to keep Happy alive.
Yeah. It's painful.
Yeah. It's hard being a little guy.
Yeah. You're invading my personal bubble. Alright, Shiver team meeting. First on the agenda, how do we get to Pando platform?
The only way through is Commodore. The only way through Commodore is to give him what he wants. Adderstone.
That is a terrible existence the moment you succeed, you die. Yeah. Yes, it is. That's yeah.
Poor
And
Happy.
Poor fucking Happy, dude. But like, would Happy, like, if we were to separate the planes, wouldn't Happy just also cease to exist?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I can't tell you.
No, you shouldn't. Okay, so he wants some MacGuffin, but what actually is it?
The MacGuffin Feistel cipher is closer than you think. It's a cryptography system Clippy and I have been working with.
Alright, let's do a classic Trogan Trogan? Trogan? That's not how that's spelled. I don't think. Let's do a classic Trogan horse attack. Give a Matter Stone and sneak in a rootkit that connects us to the side. Egg. Space Junk, thank you very much for your egg. Whew. Trojan horse. That's minor spelling mistake. Typo in chat. Saber, get him. But it was Saber that said
Minor
it.
spelling mistake. Hugo wins.
Hugo wins. And the internet dissolves. It's like a fucking like a lost, like a game over in a video game. You just see like Hugo like looming over the entire aether, like why Saber? Why did you say Trogan? No.
Minor spelling mistake. I win.
You could have prevented this. Game over. Return of Hugo from Pando.
Trogan.
Seth Trogan. Oh my god. We gotta beat Hugo with your.
For real.
Yeah. He does seem desperate to fall for that. How close are you two from finishing it? Oh, Adderstone has been done for ages.
We hit it in the last place he would look.
Right here.
Oh, well, sorta. Shiver HQ. Why? That's so obvious.
It's the first place he'd look, so it's the last place he'd look.
Oh, well, is the lost lock still up? I thought they'd find our HQ by now. Yeah, there's still a few people playing. It's one of the last places not touched by the Flame Mars. Alright, let's head there and pick it up. About that.
We're banned.
Permaband. Then I'll go.
Saber, everyone who was in Shiver got permabanned. There's no way for us to get back to HQ.
I'll go. Wow, Happy's back.
You happy?
Yay! Deltree's so happy to see Happy! Yay! I love when Deltree's happy.
Yeah.
Happy, you're back! Did you have a good nap? Yeah. That works. Poly open hyperlink to the lost lock.
Aye, aye, Captain.
What kind of site is it?
It's an MMO,
It's where
I
we all
assume.
met.
It's where we created the legend of Shiver. It's where we drew blood and spread fear. Spelled wrong. Oh god, I hate Eclipse. This is his voice.
I hate Eclipse end of sentence.
End of sentence. It's an MMORPG server. Wow, called it. I'm so smart.
You were so fucking smart.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
You're finally free.
I'm finally free. That was a very long bunch of cutscenes.
Yeah, MGS type beat.
Exactly, I was gonna say. Eclipse being banned? No way!
I'm gonna send you something.
Okay. Oh, I can upgrade. Oh boy. Good.
Minor spelling mistake. I win.
And then all of Shiver just, like, they just all fall to their knees.
No!
No! Damn it! Damn
No!
it! Just looms over them, arms crossed. Like a smug face, slightly tilted upwards, you know?
You can't keep getting away with this! Damn it!
This is like, that's like what happens in like those typing video games, you know?
Yeah.
You're playing Pokemon typing adventure, and then the evil Team Rocket leader shows up, and he's like, "If you have any minor spelling mistakes, I will destroy you.
I will enslave all Pokemon.
I will enslave all Pokemon unless you can spell hypothermia."
No!
No! This game is so good.
So good. Yeah,
This game's the
that's
best.
Kitten Burst Part B. You beat it in 2 streams.
Wow. Is that good?
Yeah.
Oh, yay!
Yay!
Ooh. I'm so happy about that.
So, yeah, I know you're ending off here since it's been like 4 hours. So,
It's been a while. I think we'll like start next stream off with with a little checkup on everybody on the ship and stuff.
yeah.
Hi. No.
Hi Deltree. Hi
Hi,
Deltree.
Hi, Deltree. Lower. Come on. Wanna?
That's a good headcanon. The really funny thing is, Eclipse is kind of implied
This
to be
fucking
the
book's
youngest
outta
out
here.
of all of Shiver. So like, he types like that because he's like a fucking stupid kid and that just kind of stuck.
Good. Hi, Deltree. Hi. How do you?
Hi Deltree.
There we go. Yay. No. No! I'm the fucking scared. Anyway,
I love that I disappeared. That's really funny.
that's really funny. You were just like, yeah, say no more. I'm out of here.
Say no more. I'm gone. Maybe it's bacon is not gonna catch me.
Mm-mm. You know what's? I love say less as an alternative to say no more. Whew. I'm gonna need me some time to emotionally recover from all that.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
Whew. Oh my god, this game is amazing. I love it so much. So,
I'm so happy.
I'm also happy.
So true.
Yay! Hi! I'm happy!
So, thank you everybody for joining us. I take it, Sippy. Thank you very much, Esteemed Jester.
Phew.
I had so much fun with this. This was so awesome. Thank you so much to my wonderful friend and co-host, Punkitt, for sharing this game with me and everybody. Would you like to do a little plug right now?
Yeah, sure. I'm currently trapped in doodle form, as per Zoe, but
It's not my
you can
fault.
find me on the internet. Well, you did imprison me in this form. So,
Yeah, but
a
it
little
was
bit, a little
the
bit.
alternative was you had no form.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I can't complain too much.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it
exactly.
would be part of the ether.
Yeah.
I'm Punkitt. You can find me anywhere. Just Google my name. I'm on Twitter and Tumblr and
That's with two
YouTube
T's.
and- yeah, Punkitt with 2 T's. Punkitt with 1K. I lost it. Hold on. I'm a game developer. I'm an artist. I make funny comics, both original and based on My Little Pony. I made Season Taxpayer, which is a game and comic you can follow.
Hell yeah.
And working on Astroguard, a space-faring RPG thing. It's really cute, and I think you'd like it a lot.
I agree. I also think everybody will do that because I've seen
Yeah.
it and I think it's really good.
Yay!
Yay! Yay! So yeah, everybody should go check her out if you haven't yet. Oh, good.
It's good timing.
Hiccups. Good timings. Good timings. I used to always get hiccups like near midnight, which I called like the bedtime hiccups. This is my body being like, "Can we go to bed? I'm just gonna keep pestering you until we go to bed."
Real.
But it doesn't really happen anymore. Anyway, my next stream will be tomorrow. I will be continuing Splatoon 3 Side Order. It's been a while. I think it's been like 2 weeks now. Oops.
goodness.
As in like 2 weeks of not streaming it. So that is 3 weeks since the last time. Oops.
Oops.
Stuff gotten well. One time I had to cancel, and the other time I just wanted to hang out with someone else, so we just did a Splatoon 3 multiplayer stream.
Real.
So yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow. Second stream of that. I'm sure we'll beat it. Yeah. Exclamation point socials. No, shut the fuck up. Exclamation point links in chat to get a link to my little website that has all of my links to my various socials, YouTube channel for the VODs, other bullshit. It's all there. You can find it. Ref sheets for all my models. Wow, that's fun. And the Discord is, of course, the best place to stay up to date with what I'm going to do, because you get a little ad here when I go live or post a schedule. But you don't have to worry about joining the whole community if you don't want to, because I totally understand if you don't want to. Because all you get if you join the Discord is a stream announcements channel and a channel explaining how to get into the full server if you want to, but no pressure. Yeah, that's it. Let's go find someone to raid.
Yay!
Yay! There we go. Also, does anybody have any recommendations for raid messages? We're gonna raid Sunshine Noka. I haven't been able to raid her for a while. And she is so sweet and so nice and calm and chill, and I feel like we need that right now after all of that.
So true.
So true.
Trogan
We could just make it like go play Converse.
Yeah, make it go play Kitten first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do a heart at the end. You can do your own heart emoji if you don't have access to the U-Bot one, but here it is. So Sunshine is a snail VTuber and an artist, and very nice, and currently playing some kind of, it appears to be a video game.
Whoa.
It might be called
crazy.
Gift Pia. Does that say anything to you?
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's Japanese. It looks like Sunshine Noka can talk Japanese, so I assume that she's translating. But yeah, we're gonna go on over there. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope you've had a great time. I'm being a little early with this actually because I haven't actually started to raid yet. It's harder. I don't know why. It takes more effort now to start a raid than it used to. I don't know why. Very annoying. But yes, I really appreciate y'all. I'm so excited to keep playing Kitten Burst. I wish we could, but I should like not stay up too late because I gotta do stuff tomorrow and all that good stuff, you know.
Yeah, I got caught like 30 minutes.
Oh yeah, that too. You got time to watch clips after this though?
Yes.
Cool. All right. See you guys. Bye bye.
Bye.
Goodbye, everyone.